Warning: the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
When the threads of creation unravel.
When the sun itself hangs black in the sky.
And the Arcana are silent.
Will you fight for a world that has forgotten you?
Or will you let it burn?
The Arcana are lost.
The planes bleed into one another.
Blasphemy spreads like a plague.
But hey, nothing's truly gone.
Not if you're willing to find it.
What will you do?
Who will you become?
Will you resurrect what was lost?
Or create something new.
The gods are gone.
The world is breaking.
All that remains is you.
Will you rise?
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 Prepare to weave your own fate. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Of Divinity and Darkness. We're playing some Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition for you guys today. It's nice to see you guys all on this fine Monday evening. How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Awake.
Doing great.
Great, man.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, sorry for missing out last week, you guys. I I was attacked in my private quarters by an unseen dark force. Um, let's see here. So we got announcements. You guys, the Discord is public. It's free. You can jump in also. Um, if you're watching on Twitch, it's in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description below. You can jump into that Discord. You can ask lore questions about the new show. You can see art. You can bother these folks that you see up above me here. We'll get to them in just a second. Don't you worry. And you can, say what you think and stuff. Interact with us. It's free. You can also check me out at my other links. If you want to find my socials, if you want to stalk me on social media and cyberbully me, there's my link tree right there. You can find my Instagram where sometimes I post the custom art for the different characters. I need to do some catching up there for some of that stuff. And you can find me on Twitter and stuff. Joined today are my 4 lovely friends you see up here in the windows above me. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the horn. We're going to have everyone introduce themselves again, talk a little bit about your character, maybe what's been going on with you guys the last session. And then we will jump into the game. Sound good, everybody?
Sure.
Yep.
Go. All right. So first, we'll start with you. Oh, I'm making marks on the screen. Hang on. We'll start with you, Dakin. Dakin's playing Medane on Weir for you guys. How's it going, man?
That's going well. Excited to do some magic, tell some fortunes, and not get my hands dirty at all.
Right on. Thanks for being here. Up next, we've got Brandon, aka a wizard once, playing Asher Starborn for you guys. How's it going, Brandon?
Doing all right. Asher's still wondering why there's a guy behind him. But you know what? I guess that's just how things go. Gonna have to steal that book eventually to see why he keeps scribbling things down. Could be important to know. But you know what? Up until then, it's fine. Turned out, another person didn't go to hell, which is good. You know what? Hey, it's good to know these things. You know what? Why that happened. Why Asher speaks Abyssal. No one knows. It's fine. It's something he picked up along the way.
As you do.
Yeah.
It's definitely not suspicious of maybe cohorting with demons or anything.
Oh, absolutely not. Never. He wouldn't. I'm from the star, guys. All right.
And clearly, you're a very pious man.
Yeah, no.
I can tell from the private dances you have at night.
Hugely pious. Yes.
Right on. Well, thank you, Brandon. Up next, we've got Rubber Band playing Wild Otto Kent Oats for you guys. How's it going, man?
Happy, sore, wondering about my interpersonal relationships after the very ominous reading.
Yeah. Last session was full of ominous readings. I feel like, in more ways than once. One for sure, like the cards, and also just like some of the stuff that happened, like with the man with no shadow, with Nurnum. Some of the stuff he was saying, very ominous indeed.
Mysterious old men, the mysterious demon guy disappears. The dude you know best speaks demons. You just things happen.
All roads lead to demon, as they say.
Look. The mysterious old demon guy had nothing to do with me speaking demon. Something hasn't been implanted in my brain. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm totally me. All right. Did you guys have a chance to speak with him too? If not, you really should have.
They were too freaked out by him to talk.
Just a wonderful opportunity. All right, guys.
Look, everyone was like, "Avoid that guy. He is so creepy."
He's a friend. Go up and give him a hug. Give him a hug. Sit with him alone in private in darkness. Nothing will happen.
Nothing at all. There's nothing to worry about, you guys.
Nothing. I have totally not been replaced by a doppelganger. Don't worry about it, guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Rubber Band. And last but not least, we have Sonoman playing Aldrich Soul for you guys. How's it going, man?
Hi, man. Well, Aldrich is a dwarf and a priest of the Emperor. He's from another age, 2,000 years ago, and he's trying to make sense of what's happening today.
Yeah. Yeah, these folks today are not as close with the Arcana as they should be. It's no
Yep.
wonder they're in such peril. Their faith is lacking. They don't wear it like a shield as they should. Yeah, thank you, Sonoman. So last session, you guys, you got to know Yuki and Black Powder Judge Tetsuro, I think is his name. Is that right? Renji Katsuro, Renji Katsuro.
Oh, yes.
You guys sparred with Yuki at his request, basically, like, oh, let's play a game. Let's have you guys spar with my friend Yuki, the Ironwind Masuro over here. And he was goading you guys into a bit of combat, a friendly sparring match, so he could sort of get a read on your fighting abilities. You in particular, Aldrich, if I recall.
Yep.
And of course, they were overconfident, and Yuki said, "No, bring another. You're going to need help." And so I believe it was you and Oats.
Well, she was right.
Yep.
Yeah. She was a bit too overconfident, though,
Mhm.
and instead of putting you down after the stun, left you to come and help Oats finish the combat. And yeah, you guys won the sort of duel, and the two of them basically came clean about who they are, at least who they used to be, as far as former magisters in service of the court. There was some interesting bits there, I think, that you picked up on, Aldrich, because in your day, the magisters were led by the emperor. I mean, they were
Mhm.
founded by the emperor, or at least the bodhisattva for the emperor, the sovereign crown, as he's known. And today they were, when these two served, led by death, and the bodhisattva, the former dishonored bodhisattva that led them, was known as Black Rivers. Yeah, it seemed, all of that stuff kind of seemed odd to you. They also mentioned that the magisters had lost their honor, that some of them had gone rogue and done some pretty horrific things. So they saw an opportunity to disappear and took it. So after that, I think Nurnum stumbled in from the wastes, wounded, and collapsing, and he had a couple interesting cryptic things to say to you guys, about a few of you. I think Aldrich, he had asked you something about the Emperor, if he's still burned or if he'd been snuffed out like the rest.
I think we didn't get to that. Remember you talking with Asher and then Oats.
Yeah, he definitely had some stuff to say to them. I just remember that reading that one line, him pulling you in close, like while he was on the ground, and saying that one line about.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, you're right. I'm just misremembering things.
But he's definitely got some more stuff to say. We'll see. He doesn't, for the audience who may have seen this guy before, he does not seem like himself, really. Yeah. What else happened? You guys investigated the inn, and the abandoned village, and I think you found a wooden chest tucked under the floor, buried in the sand.
Here's the wooden chest, yes.
You tried to open it with your rapier and broke your rapier, if I recall.
Mhm.
We learned that 3 priests together can fail many, many rolls.
Yeah, it's just bad luck
Or,
on the
well,
dice. Um,
or in the wizard, yes.
yeah. You guys had taken a couple people from the caravan with you. I think the purpose was to sort of lay the dead that were in there to rest, to perform their last rites, that sort of thing.
Yes, and prepare the improvised fire.
Yeah,
Improvised fire.
yeah. And so I think you brought Sister Saren. You brought
Yes.
Dravik, this guy who reads the bones. This sort of perhaps a priest of the old death or something along those lines. A bit blasphemous, but sure.
Mhm.
And you brought this other guy who followed the Hierophant. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he smelled like alcohol. I do recall that. Where are you?
Always a good sign of a priest.
Yeah. You want your priest drunk, of course. And also, it's weird that a follower of the Hierophant, of all things, would indulge. Should I say? Where is this guy? Where is this guy? I can't find him. Am I blind? I'm losing my mind here. Well, this guy. Yeah, Zinyu Kwan. Yeah. So you guys took him in there with you, and so the three of you were basically, or the group of you guys were all doing that, and I think eventually Asher retired to his tent where Maylin was performing a dance for him.
Just a dance. Don't worry about it. Nothing else. Everything's fine. Just a dance.
Yeah, everybody's, and I think Oats went and gambled.
Yep.
And won some gold from some of the local gamblers.
Won some gold. He cleaned.
Mhm.
He
house,
did. He
all
did
right?
clean house. I think. Did you crit? I think you crit on that.
Yeah,
roll.
I
Yes, I
critted
did.
on that roll.
Yeah, you got like 5 times your gold back or something crazy. And Aldrich, where did you end up staying for the night?
What did I do? I think the role play ended when I broke my rapier.
Okay. And Oats, you were out gambling a lot late, but I think you ended up retiring a bit drunk. I think I made you make a con save for a hangover and you were fine.
Yep.
And Modane, what did you end up doing? Where'd you end up retiring for the evening?
Well, I believe, if memory serves, I talked to the woman and her son,
Yeah, that's right.
and then I found a place not far from the caravan, not far from my crew, and kind of tucked in for the night.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I followed my thing for that, for the sleeping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's right. You guys were
Yeah.
close together.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. And so as you guys retired for the evening, I believe we had a scene with Dravik by himself, the priest, where he was attacked and alone in his quarters by some dark unseen force. Perhaps. So that's the scene we ended on. I think we cut to black and we just heard him screaming. So today we will open on a different scene. Well, I guess one of the scenes we just talked about. Is we open on Asher getting his nightly dance in his tent, which we had sort of seen a bit of it before. I think Sister Saren started to approach the tent to reach him, sent by, I think Aldrich and Sonneman had sent her regarding what was going on at the end, maybe the chest. And so she was approaching the tent, saw that heard the music, saw that there was dancing going on inside, and kind of like rolled her eyes and turned around and left.
Yeah, that was before she found me, and we got to the village.
Well, we pick up today. Well, at least we'll get this scene where we see what happened with the dance, Asher. Assuming it probably went on for a little while, and you were just playing music and watching her dance, right?
Yeah, it's what we were doing.
All right. Yeah, he said ominously. All right. So a couple things here. Asher. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So first things first, I want you to make a wisdom save.
A wisdom save. All right. Let me pull up my sheet real quick.
It's not good. Take a look at something. You don't have advantage on this, do you? Do you have advantage?
I don't know what I don't have advantage on all wisdom saving throws. No.
Do you have advantage on any specific wisdom saves?
I don't know. Against being charmed? Yeah.
This isn't a charm.
All right.
Okay. Oh, buddy. Okay. Well, the good news is you wanted to see something, and now you get to see something.
Sure.
So the first thing you notice as you're playing this song and you're watching, she's dancing, her veil glimmers, and some of the things in the room start to distort. The first thing you notice is that so you probably have like a dim lantern in this tent or some source of light, and her shadow is like a silhouette on the wall is dark, and you can see it moving as she's dancing. And for a second, it kind of looks like it's not in sync, like it's making the same motions, but it's almost like delayed behind her.
I want to ask you a question. Is this normal for what I have experienced? Because this is a thing that's happened several times. So is this just what always happens, or is this something new? That's what I want to ask you about.
This would probably be something new. I don't think you've seen this happen before.
Okay.
This specific thing. Weird things happen when she dances.
So weird things happen all the time. It's always a new experience.
Not all the time. Sometimes nothing happens. But yeah, sometimes you just don't see anything. Sometimes weird things happen. They're not always like this. They're not always the same. Like oftentimes it's very different.
All right. Just wanting to know what my baseline understanding of this thing is.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
No problem.
Yeah. I think I'll focus a little more on the shadow. A little bit is sort of watching how the movement sort of trails and follows after her, like a beat behind, almost like they're now two dancers, one here on the wall. Normally there is a little bit of a delay in a shadow. It's not perfect, of course, but now it's noticeable.
Yeah, and it grows more and more sort of out of sync with her, to the point where when it's at its most exaggerated, it's almost like she's dancing with a partner that's not there. She doesn't seem to notice it. And you have the feeling, you start to get the feeling like the hair on the back of your neck stands up, like you're being watched.
I mean, I turn and I see, Karya like standing outside the door, kind of give her a little, little nod, like, oh, I don't know if she sees me, but like, oh, she was here. Okay, I'll definitely have to talk to her.
Yeah, yeah, sure, yeah. You see like through the slit of this tent, you see Sister Saren approach and then like turn around and leave. As she walks away, the flicker of the lantern in the room kind of flickers unnaturally. the sort of pull on the room starts to feel stronger. The music that you're playing almost starts to sound distorted but familiar in a weird way. Like you can't quite put your finger on it. Like you know what you're playing, you're conscious of it, but somehow it almost sounds different, like a song you heard when you were young, perhaps. You notice maybe in a goblet on a table, some reflective surface that your reflection, instead of looking at her or looking back, it seems to be focused on you. Like you can see it when you sort of turn away from the object, like in the corner of your eye, your reflection is just staring at you.
I'll try to look back at it as I continue playing.
Yeah. Yeah. You get a sense of something. Something jogs in your memory. Like you almost feel like you're for a moment floating above the tent and looking down. Her veil shimmers in the lantern light, and for just a moment she almost looks like someone else.
Someone familiar or just a different person?
Someone familiar, probably. I would think you recognize the person. It's a woman with dark hair, pointed ears, and it's almost like her body language is what really like jogs your memory. Her eyes burn bright with red light. There's almost like a not maliciousness, like a fieriness to her.
Is it her? Is it the one I see?
How deep do you want to go into this? Do you try to focus on it?
Oh yeah, no. Like if this was a thing about like I need to do a will save to not see a vision.
No, you've already failed.
That's not what we're here for. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and it would not have been. Like,
so, yeah, you sort of like blink a few times and you look closer at her and you feel this pull. And suddenly you're in another place. You can still hear the music slightly distorted in the background. And there's this woman standing near you. Looks like this.
All right.
The place you're in is very dark. You're on like this rocky like outcropping. You're laying on the ground and this woman is standing over you. And she starts to extend a hand out to you, almost like threatening. Like you see the tip of her palm start to glow with hot fire.
I reach out and I take the hand.
Yeah, you reach out, you take the hand, and she like pulls her hand away from you, and she goes, "Sins, move!" And she reaches over you, extending over the cliff. And
I dodged and did the ground as soon as she says that. I sprawl out on the ground, just like.
Yeah, you like roll out of the way, and just as you do, like hot fire extends from her hands. There's the sound of an explosion. You can smell sulfur and smoke. And her eyes light up as this fire shoots down the cliff. You hear a bunch of creatures like screaming in agony, like this horrid screeching sound. And you can hear like the sound of rock chipping away and falling. You stare up at this empty black sky.
I'm guessing it's a familiar empty black sky.
Yeah.
Fair to say that, yes. Okay.
There's an emptiness here that hangs with you.
I look at my hands.
Yeah, you look down at your hands, and they're not your hands. They're purple. You have like black claws where your fingernails would be.
All right. So they're. Well, questions. Have I seen these hands before?
I mean, depending on how much you remember.
Okay, then yes. Yeah, I've seen these hands before. All right. So I smile and I look. Do I remember this place at all? Is this a memory? Is this something that I can pull from? Is this something that clicks, or is this all new?
This is a memory coming back to you. Like, maybe you didn't remember this exact moment before, but like as it's playing out in front of you, everything makes sense. You know exactly who this person is. Like, you understand the situation you're in. And it all like makes sense in the moment to you. It's just now like sort of coming back to you in full detail.
As I get back to my feet from the ground, to go, apologies, Ashes. Don't know what came over me there. What are we facing now?
You rolled me a D15.
D15. Seven.
Let me take a look here. Okay, so she turns to you. She like offers a hand to like help you get up. And she says, she kind of like shakes her head and almost like tuts at you, like she's kind of annoyed maybe or disappointed.
I just give her a smile. I'm like, hey, we're okay. Always another day.
She says, sins. The void doesn't forgive. Doesn't forget every scar, every death it remembers. If you're not careful, it'll make sure you remember too.
I got it.
Come on, we have to keep moving. They're going to send more. We have to make it to the gate.
All right. We know more about the key? It's going to lead us to the key?
She kind of like stops and turns back, like her head over her shoulder to say something to you. And she speaks, but it's muffled and distorted. You can't quite make it out. The scene starts to warp and change.
As it does, I reach out and I grab her and I pull her to me and I kiss her.
Yeah, so the scene ends on that. Like, you pull her towards you, you start to kiss her, the light in her eyes almost like calms. And the scene warps and changes. You feel a pull from like the inside of your navel as you're like torn away from this point in time and put into another one. Where you were grabbing her, you're instead grabbing the locking mechanism of a door.
Okay.
A very luxurious door. Your hands have changed, like you're wearing like dark leathers, gloves.
Yeah.
And you're fiddling with like this lockpick and this lock, and you hear this click. And
I pull off a glove.
Yeah. You look down at your hands.
Is it the same one?
No, they're not purple anymore. Human.
They're not. Okay. All right. So I look around. What's around me?
So you're looking at this very luxurious door with probably some kind of mural, like engraved into it. You've just busted the lock on it, and the mechanism is like hanging from the sort of like handle or like hinge on this door.
Is there a reflective surface around?
Yeah, you turn around behind you, see this large ornate mirror.
Sure. What color is my hair?
Yeah, what you see in the reflection looks a lot like this guy here.
Okay. All right, so then I know.
Probably wearing a hood. Like you're
I
probably
know where this is. All right. So, is this the place? Is this the place where it all went wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking around. Are the others there? Do I see them?
You don't see anyone else.
All right. This isn't.
You hear this music playing.
It happened. I'm going to go towards the music. A little concerned. Going to pull my dagger. Just kind of, hold it in my hand.
Yeah, the music's coming from the other side of this door that you just unlocked. The music sounds really familiar. Surreal, kind of. Like, you've heard it somewhere.
I am going to slowly open the door.
Yeah, so this big ornate marble door slowly swings open, and we see this room that's just filled with artifacts. There's a pile of treasure, 6 feet tall, gold, silver, platinum coins. There's all kinds of beautifully made swords and shields and all kinds of knickknacks and stuff on shelves, books and scrolls. There's basically wooden mannequins with suits of armor. They have runes glowing on them. And on one of the sort of counters, you see this metallic cylinder that's hung on. It's on this object that's being held by either end. It's kind of horizontal, and you can see on the cylinder is these etchings. The cylinder's slowly rotating, and there's a needle resting on the etchings, and it's obvious to you immediately that that's where the sound of the music is coming from.
I'm looking around at the room, kind of it's just sort of whisper under my breath, Garrett, old bastard, this would have been your dream, wouldn't it?
Yeah, looking around the room, it's just full of treasure. There's a ceiling mural, it's super ornate, very almost religious. There's everything's gold and marble. It's the highest quality work that you can probably imagine. Beautiful statues, perfectly carved, all with a hooded figure with you can't see their face, and they're probably in 3 corners of the room facing the center. And yeah, I mean, all this stuff is just right on the other side of this open walkway. You would have to walk on the other side of the room.
I follow towards the music.
Yeah, you take a few steps towards the music, and something happens. You hear a noise. It sounds like.
Is it the clicking of a trap?
Yeah, yeah. You feel the floor give slightly.
Throw myself back. Just throw myself back.
Okay. Make a. I think you've already made this check. That's the thing. So you start to throw yourself back.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what. Make a dex save.
Sure.
Let me check something. Okay. All right. Well, you're 1 short. Sorry. It's perfect, actually.
Yeah, no, it's great.
So yeah, you go to jump back, and there's this flash of green light. It's overpowering. For a moment, the whole room goes this pale green. It's all you can see, and you hear the sound. There's the click, and then there's the immediate sound of a loud crack. It almost sounds like thunder or an explosion going off in the distance. But you feel fine. Everything, the room comes back. Your eyes kind of hurt from the flash, but you feel okay. And then you look down, and there's this circle around the center of your chest that's still green. It's still glowing green. And you instinctively reach a hand up to touch it.
Touch it, yeah.
And part of your clothing starts to come off, flakes off. And then the circle starts to grow rapidly. You feel very cold as it starts to extend out. It within like a second or two, it reaches your arms. Yeah, you kind of collapse to one knee. And we see you like looking, like you turn and look back towards the door still hanging open. You can still see the mirror in the hall, and you just see like from the center of your chest, yourself start to come apart. Pieces of you flake off. Suddenly, you're not feeling so good, Mr. Stark, as you dissolve to dust.
Yeah.
And then you're back in the tent. And suddenly it all clicks where you heard this song before. Like, oh, okay, this is the same song that was playing.
Yeah. Very intense experience. I was just glad. I was thinking that when you said I was grabbing something, I was gonna wake up and I'd grabbed her, and I'm like, all right, no. So I'm on the floor, kind of grasping at my chest. I'm assuming, kind of like I sort of look on up, and I'm like, that.
Yeah, she stopped dancing. Maylin stopped dancing, and she's kind of like leaning over you, tending to you, like, Asher, are you okay? What's wrong?
I don't know. I saw something. Thank you for. It wasn't.
You look
wasn't right.
Pale, tired. You should get some rest.
Yeah. No. Again. Thank you. As he sort of takes her hands, sort of like takes them in his hands, gives him a gentle kiss on the back, and says, you're welcome to stay here if you wish, or you can go if there's somewhere else you need to be. But again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means so much for this.
She nods and she lays down on the bed next to you, and she says, I'll keep an eye on you until morning.
He sort of lays down next to her, sort of for a second thinks about pulling her close, and then kind of just sort of turns around, just sort of grabs a pillow and holds it instead, just like, there, as he just sort of just leaning his back against her, though, feeling, someone else at his back again, as he slowly starts to drift off into sleep.
Yeah. As you do, the scene kind of like fades. We still hear the music playing, we the audience. And we cut to like first Oats like passed out with a sack full of gold sitting on his chest, snoring. There's like a little bit of drool coming out of his mouth. We cut to maybe Medane or Aldrich. They're both kind of nearby each other, both sleeping soundly. And then we cut to Dravik, his face twisted and distorted, even paler than it already was, as if he's frozen in a state of screaming out in fear and agony. As the camera sort of like zooms out, we see his body is like warped, twisted, and he's no longer in a like one of the abandoned buildings of the village. He's laid out on the sand, as we fade to black again, and the scene ends. We join you all the following morning. If you haven't already, go ahead and give yourself the benefits of a long rest. You restore all your spell slots, you recover your HP and half your hit dice if you've used them. And you all awake in the morning. What would you guys like to do today?
Am I alone when I wake up, or
I think
what's the state of?
Maylin's probably still there. Nothing really has happened. She's probably still asleep when you wake up.
I'm gonna try to crawl over and out without, waking her up.
Make a stealth check with advantage.
Sure. All right. 15.
Let me check her stuff here. Where are you at, Malin? Yeah, her passive's 14. Yeah.
Probably
You managed
give her a little kiss on the cheek, kiss on the forehead, as make sure everything's going out to greet the day.
Sure. Yeah.
Unruffle my shirt a little bit, just like be sure I'm presentable. As I smile as I walk out of the tent.
Yeah. You walk out into the village. Nothing immediately seems out of the ordinary. There's not like people freaking out or anything. It seems like it's probably still a bit early. Some people are still waking up. You probably get the faint smell of like campfire smoke as some people are having their like morning meals or teas. It seems like the sun has only just come up over the horizon, dark as it is, and people are just starting the day. What about the rest of you guys? How do you wake up? Oats, let's start with you.
Where did I pass out would be a good question.
Yeah, did you so like most of the people in the caravan are either setting up their own tents, which they have traveled with, or some of them are basically making refuge out of the some of the buildings that are still standing. So your loners are probably pulling themselves a bit further from the rest of the caravan, whereas the folks in the caravan who are a little more friendly with everybody else or just want the protection are staying in groups. So I suppose it's possible that you just like found a place to make a bed or to like lay down your bedroll.
Houses?
Yeah,
Like,
there
we have
are
a
like
village,
wooden, like if you look at the screen here, these wooden buildings you see, you got buildings like that you guys can just like crash in. You just most of them are cleaned out. So you like may need to like lay down your own bedroll or set up a hammock or something like that,
I guess I would be in the closest abandoned house to the bar then.
Sure. Yeah. Most of the folks from the gambling, the makeshift gambling den that was set up in one of these buildings, probably crashed in a building nearby. If they didn't feel like setting up their own wagon or tent, or they were just too busy gambling and drinking to do so. Yeah. So yeah, we see you like start and wake up. As you do, your sack of gold falls off your chest and lands on the floor with a ching noise. You suddenly remember that, oh yeah, I won a bunch of gold last night.
I think I have the perfect plan for that. But first, breakfast. I pack up my scattered armor and wander to go wash my face and get something to eat.
Yeah.
Hungover and
Sure.
hating the sun.
Yeah. As you exit the building, maybe somewhat nearby, you see maybe a few buildings over, you see Asher sort of stretching and walking out. What about Modane and Aldrich? How do you guys wake up?
Well, first thing in the morning, I should see the meat, right?
Sorry?
The first thing in the morning that I should see the blacksmith, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you're immediately going to go to the blacksmith, huh?
Well, there's the morning ritual and praying and that, then the blacksmith, but yeah.
Sure, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so you do like your morning prayers, get your spells prepared, that kind of thing. And yeah, you get up to dutifully get to the blacksmith as soon as possible. Sure.
Hmm.
What about you, Medane?
Medane will get up fairly leisurely, maybe a little after everybody else. He'll get himself some tea, some food, hang out, and kind of observe the caravan and the goings on in the morning.
Yeah, okay. Make a perception check.
Straight 10.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing really out of the ordinary, but people are like moving around and getting their day started, right? Like some of them have already been awake for a bit when you get up. So some people like wrapping up their like morning meals. The more religious people are wrapping up their prayers already. Um, uh, some people are starting to move and group up and talk, check on each other. There's people that are talking to each other, asking how their night went. You overhear a couple people like complaining about losing gold. Like, oh, I got so drunk, I really gambled more than I should, and I've lost this money, and I'm gonna have to, figure out a way to make up for it. Yeah, you do end up seeing like this guy as he exits the building he's staying in, and he wanders over to where Sister Saren was and like knocks on her door.
I'm headed that way as well.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you see Asher and Oats like walking around and talking to people. Maybe Oats is more checking on people more than Asher would, who beelines it in the same direction. So like when you get there, Asher, you see Sister Saren's probably opened the door of the building she's staying in. She's standing there talking to Zenu here. I think when you approach, they're probably talking about faith, actually. Like you overhear Kalia saying something along the lines of faith being a funny thing in trying times. And Zenu says, like the last thing he says as you approach is he never saw himself really struggling with it until the sky turned black.
Struggling with what?
Yeah, he like kind of stops and turns around and shakes his head and he says, nothing, just bad omens, I guess.
Yeah. Ah. I guess the antidote for that is to not believe in omens. People tend to find them in the first place they look. Best to not look then. Says, Lady Kalia, how are you doing?
Yeah, she says...
Saren, sorry. No, like Kalia's a name.
Yeah, Kalia's her first name. It's fine. Yeah, she says, doing fine. You sleep well?
Interesting dreams as usual. I saw you had apparently come to my tent, but turned away. Is there anything of importance?
Yeah, she says, I believe Aldrich, Medane were looking for you. Wanted your help with something that they had found.
Oh,
you seemed
Aldrich, the new
busy.
the new one. Is that's who he is? And
She
who
nods.
is Medane?
She kind of like she says, shifty-eyed one.
Oh, Shadow. Got it. All right.
Look, he looks offended. Yeah. No, you say the Shadow. She shakes her head no. She says, the one with the beard.
Yeah, the Shadow. I understand.
Oh, yeah. She kind of starts like, oh, okay, I get it. Yes, your Shadow. Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, she nods.
Well, not mine. I would never claim a man such as him. He looks like a very worldly sort.
Yeah, she nods.
Well, if that was all, if that was all, I can go see them. If you needn't have waited, if they had needed me, I'm perfectly happy to go and attend to any business. Hope you're doing well. I suppose I'll leave you two to your discussions.
Yeah, she nods. You start to walk away, and she turns to Zinyu and she says, well, we should probably, if we're going to address our concerns, what we're feeling, we should speak with Dravik. See if he's feeling the same thing. He was there too. As you're like walking away.
Completely. I don't know. This is a plot hook.
yeah.
They're having a conversation about a dead guy. I don't know he's dead. Let's keep going. So I will seek out Ulrich. I'm assuming he's making his way to the blacksmith, and Medane is standing as he is, observing everyone. With your book or without your? Oh, you're not.
I am leisurely laying, kind of like leaning back on a box or bag or something like that. I do have my book, and I am writing in it for sure.
All right, sure. So,
giftily, I might add.
I would like to try to sneak up on him and snatch the book, if I may.
Okay, so two things. It'll be a contested self check against his passive perception, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Or
that's a 10.
I'll give him a roll. So it'll be stealth check versus that. He is watching everyone actively. So
sure, I would say it's definitely, you can definitely give him a roll. The floor should be his passive perception. He should not be able to roll under that.
Okay, yeah, fair.
All right.
Sure. So that's,
don't you doubt me.
Is that your last roll, Medane, or did you make?
Yeah.
Okay, make a new one. Make a new roll. We'll give you a second.
That's
Holy
a
crap!
way to roll.
Okay, the chaos plateau is
Yeah.
real.
All right. Well, let's see. There is a 1 in 20 chance.
Yeah,
all right? There is a 1 in 20 chance. It's a stealth roll.
Oh.
All right.
I will use my inspiration.
Oh well, you got to call it before you make the roll.
Oh, I do. Okay, all right.
Yeah. You gotta say I'm using my inspiration before you make the roll.
Fair.
I did say I was gonna be strict about that from now on. So it's a 13. Now, this just means you don't get the drop on him. It doesn't mean you can't try to take the book. It's just that he knows you're coming. Sure. So if you want to try to swipe the book, it'll be a contested check. You can use either athletics or sleight of hand. And he can use either athletics or sleight of hand, or I suppose acrobatics to just avoid you entirely.
I suppose I'm going to not, like, once I see that he sees me, I am just going to.
He was ready. He's ready with the name.
All right. I am just going to sort of walk up and be like, there you are. Medane, is it? I heard you and the new one were, Mr. Aldrich were looking to speak with me last evening.
There was a matter of opening a chest. Thought you might be able to.
What makes you say that?
Well, Aldrich couldn't. He broke his rapier. And, well, I'm not strong.
You think me a thief?
Well, no, just differently skilled than the rest of us.
Differently skilled. Now I am going to try to take the book.
All right, yeah, okay, so you guys...
9.
Yeah, all right, so yeah, you reach out for the book, you got... Yeah.
Just sort of like it's like what sort of like, so I'm just gonna flip on through this sort of be like, and what sort of, you know, different skills do you see? Like what sort of things has he been writing in it?
So there is a lot of magic, a lot of notes about how to do card readings.
So it's like it's scribbles. It's scribbles and nonsense. All right.
What language is it written in?
That's a question I hadn't thought about. It would probably be Celestial.
All right.
Do you speak Celestial?
Scribbles and nonsense.
I'm an Athemar.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a normal human.
Scribbles and nonsense. I'm just like I turn it upside down and I turn it sideways, and then the other way I'm like, these aren't even words. Like,
all right. Yeah. So yeah, you see a bunch of like notes and stuff that you just can't decipher it.
I'm just gonna slip it back into his pocket.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, different skills or whatever, right? You snatch the book and you start to thumb through it, and you're like, oh, I can't read any of this. You just slide it back in his pocket nonchalantly. Of course, you see all this happen, Medane.
Yeah, Medane kind of just blinks twice, and then he stops blinking entirely as Asher puts the book back in his pocket. You don't need to. That's not. Thank you. So, as I said, differently skilled.
Sure. Take me to this chest. We'll see what we can do.
I think Aldrich has it, and I'm going to start leading Asher towards Aldrich.
Sure. Is it fair to let everyone group up here? What about you, Oats?
The only thing I can think of was to either see the blacksmith or the seamstress. So I'm okay with going to the blacksmith first.
Sure. All right, so we'll start the scene with Aldrich arriving at the blacksmith. I think you probably get there before they do. And just in case you wanted a minute to like interact in private, I'll give you the opportunity. But yeah, like you, when you arrive at the blacksmith, she's basically like, she's done the similar thing as some of the other folks where she's sort of like set up at this building, but you know, temporarily for the time being. So she hasn't taken all of her stuff inside this building or anything. She's just got like a wagon like hitched out front of the building, and most of her stuff is like on the ground just off of the wagon, like most of her blacksmithing stuff anyway. She's probably taking like changes of clothes and stuff inside, maybe candles and stuff like that, but like she's got the majority of her like setup her setup outside, just off of the wagon, out just outside the entrance to this building. So she's probably out there tending to some of that stuff when you approach. Like maybe she's getting the forge going, just in case there's any work that needs to be done, getting it to burn hot, you know. She's probably got like a nearby barrel of water that's uncapped, ready, just in case she needs it. She probably hasn't started hammering anything today, but she's getting going as you approach.
Nice meeting you, Smithy. Good morning. It's a shame that we couldn't be acquainted before. I have a request from you, but well, and I show her handle of the rapier is well, I broke my rapier and I have to either fix it or substitute it for something.
She says, wow, straight to business, huh? All right, well, it's a bit early, but I'll see what I can do. New guy. She says, is it have to be a rapier, or I mean, I have other weapons to offer if you prefer something with a little more, I don't know, heft to it.
Well, something with finesse would be preferred.
Something thin? Is that what you said?
No, with finesse.
With finesse. Gotcha. All right, let me take a look here.
Are we showing up, or is this before we're?
Yeah, you guys can arrive now if you like. That's fine.
So she's going to the back. I'm like, Ulrich, I hear you have a chest that I might be interested in. Not a sentence I thought I would say to you, but
Are we going to finish that sentence or? Well.
I said, you may have. I seem to have a chest that I might be interested in. Not a sentence I thought I'd say to you, but
Oh, a chest. Well, I was actually looking for you, but you were otherwise occupied. The servant told us that you were capable of solving this problem for us.
Possibly. Do you have the smith working on it? What's her name? He says her name. I don't have the list in front of me right now. Is she looking at it right now?
Hikara.
No, my friend here.
Hikara Grinda is her name.
Is Hikara looking at it right now?
No. I was just asking her to help me with this problem with my rapier. I broke it.
Your rapier broke? Oh my! Did you get into some kind of combat?
No, I got a lesson on using the right tool for the right job.
Oh.
Try to open the chest with it.
Well, here, he sort of unclips from his belt, he sort of pulls out his rapier, sort of holds it out to you. I will loan this to you on the promise that you do not try to open any chests with it.
That would be lovely, my friend.
At least chests that are not currently trying to stab us themselves.
All right. But in that case, I would prefer to use a little bit of magic.
Indeed. But if I with where you were in our previous fight, I think it would be better served in your hands than in mine. Though when it is replaced or what have you, I will gladly take mine own back. But for now,
well, I will be in your debt.
Anyway, where is this lovely little box of mysteries?
I don't remember the size of the box. Would I be carrying this around? I mean, if it's possible, I would, but I don't remember the size of it.
It was like a couple feet by like a foot, I think. It wasn't like a full size chest that you'd have to like strap to your back, but yeah, you were able to carry it around. It was probably like,
sure, I would be carrying it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was small enough that you could probably like tuck it into a large bag,
All right, then.
or something like that.
So I would take it out and give it to Asher.
Mm-hmm.
So here you go, my friend.
I'm going to take the chest. I'm going to sort of look at it, inspect it, sort of set it down, and like ask the smith if I could borrow a little area here to do just some quick little work on this chest. Nothing, too bothersome, if she wouldn't mind.
Yeah, she's approaching back to you guys now after she was grabbing some stuff off the wagon, and she nods. She says, "Sure. I haven't set up that table yet. You're welcome to use it." She like gestures to a nearby empty table.
So I am going to ask you if a 14 would open it after I take 10.
Sleight of hand. So you're trying to after you take 10. What do you mean?
I mean, like I'm taking my time opening it.
Oh,
I'm
taking
not
time.
like Yeah, I'm taking 10 as we aren't under pressure, and I'm wanting to know if I can just take 10, and if doing that a 14 would open it.
Let me check. Technically, no. It doesn't really matter how much time you take, really, necessarily, but you do not meet,
So
you do not meet
14,
the DC.
14 doesn't do it. I'm like, all right, well, this is tricky. 1 second, sort of cracks his knuckles, actually gets out the tools, things like that. I am going to spend inspiration, and I am going to roll sleight of hand.
All right, just give it a second because you just rolled. Okay, you'll get it for sure. Just give it a minute. So like Hikari, she approaches you with 3 weapons in her hand, Aldrich, and she says, well, I have these. They're comparable, I suppose, although maybe you're looking for something a little more, I don't know, historical. She's kind of like looks at your armor. She's holding a rapier, a short sword, and a scimitar. And she kind of like lays them down on a table near you. And she says, and she kind of like stares at you for a minute. And she says, where are you from? Anyway, new guy.
Well, I'm originally from Swords, but, well, it's been a while now.
You said you're originally from Swords, but it's been a while. She nods. She says, Swords. You with hill folk?
Hill folk. I was originally born in Coins, but I've been a mercenary for quite a while.
Oh.
And then I got separated from everybody, and, well, it's a long story.
Yeah, she shakes her head, and she says, oh, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to insult. If you're from Coins, you're definitely not hill folk. Mountain folk, yeah?
Oh, I got it. Yes. No, and it is one problem. I don't know. Was afraid? No into taken. Don't mind it. But anyway, could I get a hold of one of these weapons? Could I?
Yeah, she
Take a
says.
look? Yeah.
She says your pick, as long as you pay for it.
Of course. Well, so I'm going to take the rapier and look at it. Well, have a feel for it.
Yeah, I mean it's a functional, plain old B-flat rapier. Basically just like the one you lost. Functionally, it's probably designed a bit different. It's probably like a more modern style than the sort of like relic that you were carrying around, but mechanically the same. So yeah, you pick it up, and she's like, all right, not in the mood for change, I guess. 25 gold.
Of course. And then I'll handle the money to her.
Yeah, you hand over, you fork over the gold.
Hikari, can I trade you 1 gold for 1 of his gold?
She kind of like tilts her head like, huh, what a weird request. She pulls a coin from the bundle that he just gave her.
And I hand her 1 from mine.
She shakes her head and she says, 2 gold.
All right.
Okay. You could have just asked for that to me, but yeah, well.
I'm stimulating the economy.
Busts out laughing at this exchange while he's in the middle of his 10-minute lockpick. He just goes.
Hey, don't you have dissertation for that?
Yeah. She kind of like, when you hand her the 2 coins, she hands you one of the ones that he gave her. She then inspects the coins, like, to make sure that they're real, I think. So she probably like takes one random coin from the 2 that you gave her and kind of like bites it or something, and one from the coins that he just handed over. And
I feel mildly insulted that I'm the one she thinks lied first.
she just checks both of them. And then she here, let me have her make a check.
This coin's going into the trinkets basket.
Oh, okay. She rolled pretty good. Yeah, she's like, some of these coins, the design is a bit different. The engraving. She gestures to you, Aldrich. She says, where'd you get these?
Well, as I told you before, it's been a while since I've seen anything get been separated from my group. So, yes, they are from Sword. I can attest. I can swear to that. But they are not new kind of denomination.
Yeah, she's like, no, they're clearly real gold. It's just these didn't come from the mountain. Well, hold on. Yeah, she's like, these don't look like any coins from our court that I recognize. But they're real. Gold is gold. Design is a bit odd. She says, by the way, how long has it been since you've been back home?
I am not really sure. But, well, at least 100 years.
Yeah, her eyes widen when you say that. She's gonna insight check you, I think.
Sure.
Okay. Are you being honest? Are you trying to hide anything, or are you trying to like play it off, or?
I'm not trying to
Be deceptive or anything?
No, I'm not. But at the same time, I'm not just going to say everything. Be completely open with that.
Okay. Yeah. So she kind of like looks you up and down, gauging your body language, and kind of her eyebrows furrow with a bit of concern. And she says, have you heard?
Heard of?
What happened to the mountain?
I've heard it happen around the mountain, but not with it.
Yeah, she says,
the flesh and all.
The flesh? No, the flesh was nearby.
Mm-hmm.
It's the least of their problems now. The mountain, it exploded. Something.
What did you say? How?
She nods. She says, for miles around, everything was just wiped out. The lava ran for weeks worth of travel. Rumor is something came out of it, something wreathed in flame. But our home, I think, is gone from what I've heard. At least there's no way to get to it. Not safely. The sky was smoke for weeks.
And the city is wiped out.
She
That's what you're telling me.
She nods. She says, been a couple months.
Huh. And I thought that place will never, ever change.
Yeah, she says, anyone who is there is, well, there's no surviving that. Killed instantly, most likely. Worse fate for the ones that were just nearby, choking on all that sulfur. The only parts of our people that remain are the ones who were away at the time. I suppose there's no getting the heart now.
Yes. Well, as dark as it is for me, thank you for letting me know.
She nods, and she says, well, husband would never forgive me if I met another mountain folk and didn't tell them what was going on. She says, if you need any treatment on your armor, anything to maintain it, oils, or need some more gear, let me know.
Yeah, of course, I would appreciate it. I've been neglecting the maintenance of that for at least 6 years now. So if you could help me with that, I would really appreciate it. Of course, not for free.
She She does hand you something. She hands you like a small, she like reaches into a box nearby and hands you like a small ceramic, like a vase. It's probably about the length of your palm, but it's kind of wide, and the top of it is like fitted and sealed with wax, and yeah, she says, oil, you can have it. If it's really been that long, you should maintain that armor before it starts coming apart.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't think I'm in any mood to talk right now, but let me buy you and your husband a Magafeo later.
She kind of like smiles slightly, and she like bows her head just a smidge towards you, and she says, I'm afraid it won't be any use to him. He's been dead for years, but I'll take you up on the ale.
I'm so very sorry for that.
No, it's okay.
Well, I have a lot to process right now, but please, let's meet again later.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, she nods. We cut back to you, Asher, Echo. And yeah, there's a click. The lock falls off onto the table.
He says a word in a language no one here understands.
Wait, Abyssal, listen.
It's not Abyssal.
Okay.
What is the language? I'm curious.
We know a lot of words, Magic Man. Trust.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's the language of magic. It's the language that he hears and says his magic spells in.
Oh,
Is
gotcha.
it like Sylvan or?
It's Elven.
Oh, okay, so Elven, Sylvan. I kind of treat them the same.
Well, and surely not.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's fair to say nobody here speaks Elven.
Yes.
I think that was a fair statement.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So you you say this word, you get the box open. You get the lock off, I suppose. It's up to you if you open the box or not.
No, he's going to take the box and sort of, present it, turn it away from him, and, like, look at Aldrich like, shall we, open it up, or, do you want to take it from me? It's his box, so.
I would just tap him on the shoulder, and motion to
No,
proceed.
just open it? All right.
Yeah, feel free.
So,
yep.
Echo turns away from everyone and opens the box. And then after a moment...
You trying to do this in secrecy?
No.
Okay.
He turns away from everyone, opens the box. Does anything happen?
No, nothing triggers. Like it doesn't explode or anything. No.
Then he turns it back to show everyone.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So okay, I see what you're doing. So you're just in case it was gonna have some kind of effect trap on it or something. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you open it and like kind of wince maybe. Nothing.
No, he's perfectly cool.
Okay,
Everything's fine. I'm just opening this up to no one right here.
Sure.
No important. All right, now no fireball. Great. Now we can look.
All right. Let me see here.
This is how Echo usually opens strange chat. He'll be like, all right, everyone stand back.
So there's a couple things in here. First thing, there when he turns the box back towards you guys, you can see that there's a couple things in the box. There's money. There's some gems. There's a like a vial, like a glass vial of probably some reddish liquid that sort of like glimmers in the light. It's probably got like a wax seal or cork stopper on it. And there's like it's hard to describe it. It's probably about an inch or two in diameter, like a little circular object. It almost kind of looks like a piece of charcoal and like a perfect like ball. But it's got like a little hole carved in one side. It almost looks like maybe a burned seed. Because there is kind of like a charcoal sort of texture to it. The hole that's in one part of it is probably only like a centimeter across, but it's also like perfectly circular. As he turns around, it sort of like rolls to one side in the box. But yeah, you can see all this money and no, I mean it's not like a huge amount of cash, but there's some coins and some gems in there. And there's a piece of paper too. There's like a folded piece of paper tucked in the box.
Well, should we
If
split
that's
it?
27
What
gold,
do you
that's a
guys
net
think?
negative or net positive on this whole experience.
Yeah, if it's more than 27 gold, yeah, it's
Yeah.
worth the rapier that was lost in its
Yeah.
opening. So
Well, anyway.
yeah,
go.
like so he turns around with this open box, and that's what you guys see in the box. What do you guys do?
Hmm. Well, I'd be curious to know what's in the piece of paper, but I would first suggest that we split the money if we are going to stick together for a while. I mean, in the end, the chest was only retrieved because we fought together.
Sure.
It's a fair deal.
Yeah.
Seems honorable. Can I
Hopefully, it's an even number.
can I give an Arcana check to that that ball of coal? Or
Sure.
I'm probably
Roll.
describing it badly. 19.
Oh man, there's definitely necromancy coming off of it.
Oh,
If you give me 10, 11 minutes time, I can identify that.
oh, by me. Feel free to do that. Especially if you're saying, are you stating that there is necromancy, or just we don't know that yet? Sorry.
I didn't state it. That
Okay.
is magical. I wouldn't touch it with bare hands.
I'll give you this too.
Oh.
Because you rolled pretty high. The necromancy, like you can feel it coming off of that little circular piece of coal or seed or whatever it is. It's expended. Like whatever it did has been done. Like it's not waiting to trigger. It's not like stored. It's been released. The other thing is that the little vial with the liquid in it, you can feel like evocation on that, and it's definitely stored.
Ooh. Does 23 give me anything else?
Well, there's nothing else magic besides those two things. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, the hold on. It is okay, so the additional information you get with the 23 is that this kind of necromancy relates to undeath. This isn't like cure wounds necromancy where it was like to heal, to restore life force. This is something dark. This is something like bad.
So similar to what we saw with the corpses.
Similar but different, yeah.
Well, they're all looking at that. You said there was paper in there?
Yeah, there's paper in there, yeah.
I'm going to take the paper.
Sure.
Holding the thing, unfurl it. Was it like wax sealed? Is it like what?
Oh, it's just folded.
Folded. Okay, so set the thing down. I'm going to unfold the paper.
Yeah, you unfold the paper and you see the same symbol as was
on the wall.
Yeah.
I drop it and I step away. Okay. It could have been worse. It could have said, "I've prepared explosive runes today."
When he drops the paper, does it land open?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you want You can sneak a look at it. It's plain for everyone to see. As
So
you're
the same
like,
symbol that we have a copy, right?
sorry.
The same symbol that we have a copy, the Ouroboros thing.
Yeah, the same
Right.
symbol. Only it's not like a rubbing. This is like somebody
Right.
drew it on a page neatly, or printed it perhaps, with like a stamp maybe.
Can I investigate the ink?
Yeah.
Is it ink?
It is ink.
Okay.
It is ink. It's a black ink. And I think you might actually know quite a bit about it. Okay.
I have
So
an
just
inkling.
like, yeah, with a 23 investigation check. So this
If the man writes enough, he should know his ink. Okay.
Yeah, you're a wizard. Like you probably have a lot of experience with books and inks and stuff. So it kind of makes sense. So this specific like shade, you can tell by the shade of the ink how old it is. It was probably printed less than a year ago. Like it was probably wet less than a year ago. And you're pretty sure that this specific kind of ink is probably from it's not cheap. It's an expensive kind of ink. It's meant to last and not fade. And as far as you know, like the biggest source of this kind of ink is creation, like the main city, main capital city. That's where this specific kind of ink is most commonly found. Probably in a higher up district too. So you could probably get it in like a temple district, devoted to one of the arcana, or just like a luxury area in the city, a place where they'd have more expensive inks. Like there are probably even shops devoted to nothing but inks and quills, different kinds of inks in some parts of the city, stuff like that.
This is no idle drawing. Someone with means created this. Someone in creation created this.
Perhaps we should head there and get answers.
That does seem prudent. I would suggest checking the temples, or perhaps the more wealthy parts of town. Again, this ink does not come cheap. And I would love to get some, actually. That would be wonderful.
Asher, Oats, you hear as you guys turn to look, Sister Saren is approaching, kind of like at a jogging pace. She has this like fearful look in her eye. Not far.
Echo is booking it out to her. Then he's just going, "Okay, done. Whatever you guys need." Boom, like just instantly gone. Like,
yeah. So she's like running towards the group of you guys. Not far behind her, but definitely going at a more leisurely pace is Zenyu. She approaches and she says, "There's something wrong. We need to figure out what's going. Something bad has happened. It's Dravik. He's
calm down. Calm down. Just take us there. All right."
Yeah, she nods and she says, she turns around to Zenyu, who looks much more calm, but also concerned. He says, we were just checking his cabin. Nobody had seen him this morning, and well, I didn't expect to find. It's this way. You're like, is he dead? And there's like a really solemn look on both of their faces. Sister Saren's eyes kind of tear up a bit, and she like kind of wipes her eyes with her sleeve.
He puts his hand on his shoulder, goes, all right, just we're gonna keep this as calm as possible. Lead us there. Oats, do you want to come, or do you want to go tell the boss that there's
I'll
been a death?
I'll go and inform the other guards. I need to.
Bring them, please.
I will leave my armor with Hakiri to get repaired from mauling, and trot off, not in a panic, but just a light jog.
Mm-hmm. Urgent, but not like oh my god, the world's ending.
Yeah.
Although the world is ending. So
yeah, I don't want to alarm anyone. Sort of jogging.
Sure.
Sky's black, things are falling out of it. You know what? But we don't want to scare people, all right? Like.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you guys try to move. You peel off to go to track down Jinhai and the others to meet them there. So the two of them lead you back to this house that Dravik was staying at. They gesture to the house, and Sister Saren says, I know he was staying in there. He wasn't the most social. He wanted to be a bit further from everyone. I looked inside. It looked like nothing had been disturbed, and he wasn't in there. So I came outside and I found this, and they've led you around the back of the house, and that's where you see his body laying in the sand. She says we didn't want to get too close, didn't want to disturb the scene, but it doesn't even look like there was. Well, surely he would have put up a fight if something had happened. It doesn't make sense. There's no blood. There's no. What happened to him, Asher? And you guys see the body laying there on the ground. Let me see here. I guess you can make checks if you guys want to, perception, investigation, whatever it is. The first obvious thing, I'll get to your roll in a second. The first obvious thing is that he's sort of crumpled up, I guess is the best way to put it. It's not exactly natural. He's folded over. But it almost doesn't look violent, like his clothes aren't torn or anything. But he has this look of horror frozen on his face. His eyes are stuck open. His mouth is open in a silent scream. His skin is very pale. He already wore makeup or campfire ashes or something to give himself a light complexion, but he's taken on a bluish color. It's kind of odd how pale his body looks, and with this frozen look of fear and horror on his face, and he's kind of bent backwards, probably as if he was sitting down in reverse or something. It's quite strange to see. The sand around him has been blown in the wind all night, essentially, has started to cover the lower parts of him, but hadn't come close to burying him or anything like that. There's no obvious marks on him either. There's no blood. There's no signs of a struggle. There's no tracks in the sand or anything like that. There's not even any obvious wounds. As you guys are sort of looking over the scene, Medane, The
Just one thing. Is it strange enough to suspect sorcery on that?
no, it wouldn't be strange to suspect sorcery at all, actually. So with your 15,
19.
Short 19.
Oh, okay, 19. Yeah, okay. Investigation. So with a 19 investigation, as you're approaching the corpse, like you feel a chill in the air. Like it's morning, it's the desert. Like the desert gets cold at night, but it's already started to warm up in the morning. Maybe even with the darkened sun, it's started to warm up quite a bit already. But as you approach the corpse, like the air feels colder around it. Like it almost feels like as cold as it was before the sun came up. As you get near it,
I'm using my mage hand to do any of the physical manipulation. I'm not touching him. He looks gross.
Yeah. What's y'all's passive perceptions?
16.
16. What about Asher?
Passive perception is only 13.
And yours is 10, Medane?
That's correct.
Okay. Aldrich, you hear faintly, like you can't understand it, but you just pick up the faint sound almost on the wind, like whispers for a second, and then it's gone. Like you hear something, it sounds like whispering on the wind as you approach the corpse, but it quickly fades, and you're almost like not quite sure you were hearing it or if it was just like the wind blowing through the nearby building. But it strikes you as odd. You made an Arcana check. I'm assuming that was on the body and the area.
On the body. Yeah, my bardic inspiration was a 1.
Oh, okay. So it's a 12.
Yeah.
There's something at play here, but you're not sure what it is. Like you can't tell if maybe he had tried to cast their magic has played an effect here, but you're not sure what the effect was. You didn't roll high enough, unfortunately. Let me take a look at some other things here.
What about my 20?
With your 20, couple things. There's definitely a dark magic in the air around the body. One thing you probably notice, you're able to. How close are you getting, Asher?
Not too close. If I see something important, I might get a little closer. Like, I'm probably not touching it. If I see something that I need to get close to investigate, I will, like, walk in real close, maybe ask, Medane to, like, flip it, lift it, move
Pop
the
it.
mage hand over to, pop it, lock it, like, get down with his bad self.
Like, you get the sense that something extremely unnatural happened here. Something bad. Something evil. Something blasphemous. Like, it's almost like his body has already been desecrated. With an Arcana check this high, it borders on religious experience here. Something, you're pretty sure something has fed on this man's soul.
He was a priest of old death, though, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what the rumor is that he still followed the old death, not the new one.
Okay.
But you rolled high enough on that Arcana check that you know this. Don't ask me how you know this, but you know that something has consumed this man's soul. And that is bad. That is very, very bad. There's nothing good that could do that.
It seems as I It looks like a man who's had his soul ripped out and likely consumed.
Zinyu has like an outburst behind you guys. And when you turn around, he's like covering his mouth and his eyes, he's got like a 1,000-yard stare in his eyes, like he just looks like he's on the verge of panic. And he says something like he's talking to Sister Saren when he says this. He says it's the punishment from the Arcana. We weren't meant to survive the fall.
What are you saying, sir?
He looks at Sister Saren, who meets his gaze for a minute and then turns back to you, and she says, "We felt it yesterday. Dravik
felt this.
Dravik 2. Those of us who pray. Something changed."
What did I feel about that? Oh.
Yeah, what did you feel?
Yeah.
You didn't feel anything different.
All
Nothing like you saw the bad stuff happening, which is clearly a bad omen.
Mm-hmm.
But like, as far as like your religious connection to the Emperor and stuff goes, nothing's changed for you. Zinyu like kind of calms himself down. He removes his hand from his mouth and he says, "My prayers this morning, I didn't feel the Hierophant with me like I normally do. Saren said the same."
She follows strength, right?
Yeah, she follows strength, yeah.
I'm going to look up into the dark sky because I'm assuming it's still dark.
Yeah, I mean, it's got like a reddish hue to it, like a reddish orangish hue, but it's definitely dimmer.
Is the star still up there?
Yeah, you look up and you see a single star in the sky, yeah.
I point up to the star and I say, the star is still there. Perhaps strength has faltered. Perhaps the Hierophant has fallen, but not all is lost. We are
I
still
believe the Emperor is us.
And if the
I
Emperor...
feel no difference in that. Sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah, no. It goes to us. And if the Emperor still lives as he speaks, then not all is forsaken. We are still here. Do you not believe if the gods wanted us dead and gone, we would be dead and gone? Do not say that these are punishments. These are individual acts. If the gods want to strike me down, they will strike me down. But here I stand.
If I may, I did a reading just yesterday when all changed. But the outcome was not one of doom, it was one of hope. My friend Echo here, he speaks the truth. The star still shines down upon us. Not all is lost. We must be steadfast in these times.
Oats, you catch up with the rest of the party. You have Jin
I have
Hai with
the Jin
you.
Hais with me.
Yeah, you might have these two guys. We'll move her back down here.
As I see you there, I'm going to go say, please keep looking. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go tell them what's going on here. I'm going to walk over to Oats and start explaining to him he's dead. It looks like something took out his soul. People are starting to panic. We cannot let this get out too far. All right? We do not want some people freaking out about what's going on here. That will just cause problems.
Understood. But what are we looking for? What can eat a soul?
I have no clue, but I but I point at the Hierophant worshiper and I go, but he may have an idea. He seemed like he knew something.
Well, let me see if he knows something, I guess. Let's see.
If he doesn't, he doesn't. Like, then none of us know what this is, and it's just like, you know.
I'll give him a roll. Let me see here. I thought he had his sheet programmed already. Maybe I don't. It's all right. I've got his sheet made. So let me just check my notes. He is the last priest. Here he is. There. All right. I'll give him. His religion is his best skill, so it'll be a religion check. 11. He says, as far as what specifically, I don't know. It could be any number of things. Nothing good, but there are many monsters, demons.
What are the top 3?
Well, it could be. Here, let me check some. It could be a devil, maybe. If someone in the caravan had summoned one, I suppose it's possible that one of the creatures that escaped from the void could be feeding on souls to sustain itself. Or there are some strange characters in the caravan. Maybe one of them. Okay. There was a demon known as Soul Eater. But I don't know. I thought they completely. Well, I thought that they only consumed the souls of those who are already dead. So that doesn't make sense. A ghost, perhaps, but it's rare that they would actually feast on a soul. They usually would possess the body. I can't be certain.
And we did find that necromancy thing. Little acorn. What have you?
So, Modane, have you had time to study that thing?
I don't think I have.
May I ask passive perceptions?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, 11.
11. And what was Medane's?
10.
I can give you Kalia's and Zinyu's. Zinyu's is 13.
Mm-hmm.
Kalia.
You mean on the deception there?
What deception? I don't see nothing.
Sister Saren's is 14.
All right.
Oh, and I guess
everyone
no, she's not here. The blacksmith lady is not here. There
Right.
Ignoring for the moment what Asher's doing, can I, with the new knowledge that the priest just gave us, re-examine the body with a religion check to see if I can narrow down the options?
Sure.
Busting out some religion. Nope, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Could I try that too?
Yeah, you can.
He's right. It could
Yeah,
be any.
we're not good with
Can I throw a
researching things is
survival
not
check?
our forte.
You can make a survival check. It might give you different information.
Survival, okay. Yeah, I suck. Great suck.
So with a 22 survival, here's kind of like
Hmm.
what you're able to pick up. You probably spend some time like looking at the area where the body is, but maybe also checking the. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Person who's DMing me.
Things we can't notice or see. Yeah.
One of you is getting
yeah.
something. Give me a second. All right.
Sorry. So yeah, you spend some time like looking over the area where his body was found, but also like checking. He's not far from the building he was staying in. So there's no tracks around the area except for the people who have gathered nearby. And none of their tracks approach get close enough to the body to where like they could have presumably had anything to do with it. You with a roll that high, you could probably also tell that the wind has blown and stuff. But it's not if there were deep footprints in the sand here, you'd probably still see like remnants of them. Like they would be partially filled in, like just judging by how deep your footprints are here and kind of how loose the sand is in some places. Some of them they'd be partially filled in, but you'd still be able to see some remnants of tracks if there was a person walking nearby. The other thing is like the house shows no signs of forced entry or any kind of struggle at all. The body, like just from where they've been using Mage Hand to turn it over or inspect it, there's definitely no wounds on the body. There's no blood anywhere. You'd probably also pick up on the sort of cold from the body with the survival check. You'd probably pick up on that as well. And that's probably about it, to be honest. I will give you this actually with the survival check. So you've probably interacted with Dravik before, and it's not just that he's pale. There's more to it than that. He looks thinner. Like he looks. It's hard to notice, but he almost looks like he went on a Hollywood cleanse or something. Like last night. Like he looks like he's lost a little bit of weight, or he's like really dehydrated, more so than he would be just being left out in the desert overnight. Yeah, like his body looks more frail and weak than he appeared in life.
No one's swept over here, right? Like, no one's messed with any of the footprints and whatnot.
Are you asking me or the party?
The party, the group, and as I've walked up on them.
Sure.
Sweep? I would never sweep, no.
Then whatever brought him here floated or flew. It would have been heavy enough to leave tracks if it carried him. And there's no drag marks. And he's slightly desiccated.
Yeah, Yuki.
Let me just check if I. Oh, sorry. No, yeah, keep going.
You go ahead. You go ahead, man. That's fine.
Oh yeah, I think that I could check to see if I would have an inkling of something I want to see right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So what are you checking out here?
Well, I would like to say that it could be an incorporeal thing, or perhaps magic that brought it here. If there are means to do that like that in that way.
Yeah, there's a way to do that to a person. It is to suck the life force out of them. Like,
Oh, mm,
clearly, I mean, you crit on this. Clearly, a person wouldn't typically do this unless they were like a very powerful, like demonic cleric, you know, like maybe then they could do that. Like a necromancer might do this, draw the life force out of them to sustain themselves. Something bad to this. You also get the distinct feeling that there's more to it than that. Like there's necromancy still on the corpse. Like something happened afterwards, after he was killed.
Well, are you saying residual, or there's something continually going there?
Residual, but with a crit, you're probably able to identify this. Whatever force that did this to Dravik reproduced on his, like used his body to reproduce. So it multiplied.
All right.
So like you get the feeling that like the necromantic energy or the dark magic that did this to him was strengthened by it. Like it grew, that source grew from this slaying and consuming his soul.
I think I know what's happening here, but I don't know if Aldrich would.
Yeah. I figure some of you more experienced D&D players probably be able to put 2 and 2 together as far as
and that's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know that you would know immediately what it is.
Yep.
Even with a crit 25 on an Arcana check. But maybe like a history or religion check.
Let's see. Should I try? Go for it?
Yeah, either one of those. Yeah, you've heard stories of undead forces that would do something like this. I don't know. It's up to you if you ever encountered one. Probably not, but yeah. There are like, what's the best way to put it? Like sacrilegious, blasphemous creatures that are that represent the opposite of light and life, anything good, that would kill a person like this and essentially birth another one of themselves from their corpse. The other thing you do pick up on is with a crit, the energy coming from this guy feels very much like the same as the thing that was in the box. Although it's more recently active.
Okay.
Than the thing in the box was.
Let's
see here. Let me take a look at something really quick. Take a look at... Okay. All right. That's all I needed to see. Yeah. Okay. Whatever took place after the slaying has happened. Like you're too late to stop that from happening.
Sorry, how so? I didn't get what you were trying to.
So like that force that sort of like so the creature that does this, maybe you remember reading something about it when you were studying to be a priest. The creature that does this, it kills the person, drains their life force, and then it reproduces from their body,
Sure, so
creating another
Mhm.
force, another version of itself. That process is already completed. Like, it does take time.
Right.
It does take time for the process to fully complete, but you're too late to interrupt that. Like, it's already
Okay, so
happened to him.
what you're
Yep.
telling me is that now there are at least 2 of those, right?
Yeah, there are at least 2 of
And I
them.
know that.
And the other thing, because you are a priest, is that the other version of this thing that was birthed from his corpse, it's basically like Dravik's soul, like, has been ripped away from the wheel to create that. So essentially, like, Dravik himself can never return to the wheel, can never be put to rest until that thing is killed.
Okay, so who's around me who can hear me if I just say that? Everybody, right? Or
Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah.
let me just. I'm just talking that to them, even if I don't know the bottom 2 there. Well, anyway, I know that they are bodyguards to the caravan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's no problem. Well, I think we have a problem here. You know, I heard stories of that happening, and we have at least 2 of them now. This is I'm getting there. I just can't just unload that fast. But, well, the thing that got him, let's say, it used him to become 2, to birth another. It took his soul to create another creature like him, or it. But with that, he is perpetually taken away from the wheel, unless we put an end to that creature.
The other thing you might know about these creatures, because you did roll pretty high on that stuff there with the crit and then the history check. These creatures are very hard to detect. They're almost like perfect assassins, really. They're strengthened by darkness, and they live in it. And maybe in the stories you've read about them or suspected encounters with them, they always get the jump on their prey. And that's essentially what they do. Is they see people as prey, and they usually they'll target more good aligned people in the stories. They wait till they're alone, and then they get the jump on them. And usually they don't stand a chance.
These creatures, they are heretical assassins. They stalk their prey, and they are darkness incarnate. They are especially hard to track and to spot, and they will be coming back for more. We should not let anybody stay alone.
Are they territorial or are they hunters?
So, yeah, I think they are going to be hunters, right? Or
yeah, they're hunters for sure. Yeah, it's not about the territory for them. It's about the food source.
Yeah, they are hunters. They are just trying to eat and create more of themselves.
So running will only mean that we are less defended.
Yes.
Can weapons kill them?
So the M, I would say no, but what about Aldrich?
Let me check some stuff. So they can be killed by weapons. It's just that like traditional weapons are less effective than say like magic weapons on them. Their biggest weakness is the light of the arcana.
All right. So, well, they're for sure resistant to normal weapons. But they are frail to the light of the arcana.
Also like sunlight, direct sunlight in general is a weakness to them as well. It won't kill them. I don't think. But
they're vampires?
No. Well, it depends on. I mean, it depends on what you consider a vampire. Like these creatures do feed on life force.
Asher just kind of goes, vampires aren't real. They're just like elves. They're fake made up stories to scare people, all right?
Well, count me solidly scared.
Well, vampires wouldn't be this much of a problem. We imagine a vampire, but taking away its body.
So, like a living shadow that could steal your soul.
Exactly.
Would we think that such a thing would be?
And of course,
staying
the one
nearby.
dude who could save us left.
Well, we are the only ones for miles, so they would surely try and get one of us. I don't believe they would just go away and try to find a source of life in a different place with us here.
If they're gonna if they work like animals, they just slowly pick off the weakest until they can overwhelm us.
A good show of force is usually good enough to drive off most predators, unless they're starving. Predators can't hunt if they are injured, and they can't eat if they can't hunt, and if they can't eat, they can't heal, and so they die. Perhaps it would be best to continue moving, keeping a vigilant watch and making sure everyone is, shall we say, all kept together as we make our way for creation. Perhaps there we will find more people able to help us with this situation.
Unless they were summoned or created by whatever, then they might just be like trained animals, just killing us just to kill us.
It's true, but if they're that, then they're going to attack us either way.
Yes, I think they would follow us. But that also, we shouldn't... It would be important for us. It would be almost our duty to clean the word of them. But at the same time, I'm sure they're going to follow us, so there's not an imperative to stay here and try and find them.
I disagree. I think we should kill them here. If they follow us back to creation, they
I'm
could
not
then
saying
hunt
to
indefinitely.
get to creation, but it's going to be sure a few days travel, right? We are going to be losing time if we just stay here. Also, I don't remember if I just told that to you, but that... Oh, I forgot what the item was. The item, the chest, sorry.
The seed or whatever it was?
Seed, okay. So, that seed in the chest, it's purely linked to that.
Well, I could take 10 minutes, 11, and identify exactly what it is. Get us a proper answer, but, well, I agree with the lad. We have the element of daylight on our side, and best to root out any darkness before we enter creation.
Can we find them?
Sir, I am aglow with light. I say we go van by van, house by house.
I am okay with doing this so long as we prepare the caravan to leave or otherwise stay together at night.
I think circling the wagons would be prudent. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that, yes. And if anyone else knows light cantrip, it's quite easy. It's just you do this, and I just turn my cloak on and off. We could illuminate the whole caravan at night and, well, drive these things off, hopefully.
Of course. Yes, I can do that.
All right, so I just
Sounds
want
like a plan then.
So I want to make sure I understand the plan. Are you guys staying or going?
Yes.
Well, I think we should at least prepare the caravan to leave. My suggestion was that we should go away while we have light and then stop,
we
wait
should
for
rest,
them at the night.
Rest during the day, travel at night.
Rest during the day, travel at night. That's the plan.
Travel? No.
I was.
The problem is that if we're trying to move at night, we're surely going to be attacked, and we're going to be in a bad spot.
We do not seem to be of one mind, is what I'm hearing.
No. The issue is, during the day they're safe. They won't attack us. That is when we can be resting. During the night, we need everyone to be vigilant, so that as soon as something happens, we can get there with enough people. The last thing we want to do is let them pick off another one, because every person they pick off...
The thing that I'm not agreeing with is that you say travel on the by night. We should be staying in place in a position that we would have advantage in looking and being able to spot everybody in the caravan at night.
So let me point this out. It's not that these creatures can't attack you during the day. They definitely can. They're not stupid. They're probably not going to attack you in direct sunlight. So they might hide in a dark place. For example, where the advantage would be theirs, and if they can get someone alone. For example, they could be hiding in one of the buildings during the day, waiting for someone to come in alone.
Which was part of the reason why I wanted us to get away from here.
Yeah. They could... Let me check something real quick. Oh, yeah. They could be hiding inside a box, a bag. They do favor the darkness, so if they wanted to tuck themselves away somewhere, they would do so in a dark place. And they are kind of amorphous is probably the best word for it. It's not like they have a large form that they have to like shelter from sight necessarily.
Right.
So they could already be in someone's stuff.
They could be.
Just waiting.
Well, what if then we use the day to gather the wagons and search them as then we move out? If they're in the buildings, then they'll approach us at night one way or another, but at least we'll know the wagons are safe.
Yes, no, I still think I think it's gathering the wagons, moving them out of the city as soon as possible, making sure we have a guard there. I still do think that traveling at night will be good so that we're awake during that point. Because if someone is attacked, we'll likely hear them. And if we have a system where people aren't alone, we can raise the hue and cry. Did anyone hear anything from him in the night? A shout, any word of noise in the night last night?
One of the guards chimes in and says, somebody said they heard a faint yell early in the night.
And no one checked it out because it could have been anything, correct?
Yeah, he nods. Yeah, the person who reported it said they heard other shouts and yells coming from a group of folks that seemed to be gambling, drinking.
Mm-hmm. No, now that we know what to look for, that we won't make that same mistake again.
I'm going to point out that all of the guards here were the ones gambling.
Yeah.
I'll put my hand on Oats' shoulder and go, hey buddy, there's a thing called like the polite, thing, just,
I know, but they said it like we weren't the ones doing it.
Yeah, no, we're supposed to all know that they're the ones doing it, but we politely pretend we don't know that they were all the ones doing it.
It just feels dishonest not to say it out loud.
It is. It's a little white lie that civilization and society is built on. Lies keep things together.
Little white lies. Jinhai, perhaps you should be the one to rally the wagons and insist upon a search.
Yeah, he nods. He says, "What should I tell them? People are going to be suspicious about the reason for the sudden search."
Snakes.
And I'm sure
Poisonous serpents found in the area. We need to make sure that they aren't hiding in boxes and things like that.
And I'm sure Zinwei and his bodyguards will object. They're very secretive about whatever it is they're transporting.
Well,
we could ask him to check that, and also try to convince him to use some sort of lie to do so.
I'll go talk to them and see if I can do that search. I may be able to let them show me.
Okay, I would say don't be surprised if you end up with a blade at your throat.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yep.
Yeah, he nods. Yeah, Yuki and Renji are kind of staring over the body as well. Yuki says something under her breath to Renji, and he says something back. Are you guys? They're kind of talking amongst themselves, but are you guys trying to listen in?
Who are speaking to these people?
These two folks are talking to each other.
Oh, the people we met yesterday.
Yeah.
They seem to be Ulrich's buddies, so I'll let Ulrich handle that.
Aldrich?
I would be interested in doing so.
You may use your passive perception or make a roll. I will roll for this.
What's the situation? Where am I in relation to them? Just so I know if I'm trying to listen or if I'm just...
Well, you're all kind of near the body in the house, so I would say you're probably within 20 feet or so of them at least.
But I'm not looking at their direction or anything like that, so I think passive would be appropriate.
Okay. And yours is 16, right?
Yes.
All right. Let me see here. You're not super great at stealth. And what was... Okay. I'll just give the roll to Yuki since she's the first one that talks. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they say something, but back and forth to each other a bit. They exchange some words. But yeah, you don't really pick up on it.
I don't pick on the words, or I don't pick up that they are talking with each other.
Well, I suppose you don't pick up that they're even talking to each other, yeah.
Okay, so that's them.
Yeah, like we get a shot of you up close and like behind you, you're like out of focus and blurry. The camera focus is on the people in the background. And so we just see them in the background kind of like get a little bit closer to the body, maybe about 10 or 15 feet from it, and like looking down at it and studying it. And we see them making the motions of conversation, but you're clearly not even like, you don't hear it. You're not looking at them. Yeah. Okay, so Echo was gonna go talk to Zinwei, I think, and his bodyguards. Is that right? What are the rest of you doing?
I would go retrieve my armor from Bokara.
Yeah. What were you just getting your armor repaired, or
Yeah,
from the combat?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure it's fixed. By now.
And I'll help her, pack up.
Yeah. All right. Aldrich, Medane. Is there anything you want to do while the others are doing that?
Medane would be doing two things. First, he'd be kicking himself because I know the exact book. My master had it, but I can't remember what that beast would be. As his feature researcher, he knows where to get the information of what the creature is, but he doesn't have access to it, obviously. But the next thing he would be doing in the time that he had would be probably doing a reading.
Hang on, I'm reading your thing. Okay. If you don't know, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it.
Oh yeah. I was posting that because like I'm saying I know where, but I can't get it. So
yeah, of course there are libraries and stuff that would have it, but the indication that you know where and from whom you can obtain it does mean something here, because there is someone here who might know more about these things. Might know more about this. So you I mean, Aldrich's been pretty forthcoming with what he knows. And Magisters specifically are probably trained to deal with these threats. Have dealt with these creatures in the past. Maybe you pick up on body language, or maybe you've just heard the rumor that some Magisters in the Riverlands recently encountered these things. And
do I know that piece of information?
You wouldn't know that piece of information, Aldrich, because because this was a recent thing that happened.
All right, got it.
Yeah, you weren't around. This is not from your time.
Sure.
But yeah, there probably would be just like there's other rumors about stuff that's been going on with the Magisters lately. There probably would be a rumor that some magisters encountered a bunch of these things in a village, in a city, in a town, in the Riverlands, small town, and it was not good. They killed a lot of people, and supposedly they even killed a page, which is kind of a big deal. That's not like a commoner. The page of the town is required for the town to survive. So is the king, queen, and knight of that town if it was founded on such things. So yeah. So basically the whole town fell apart once the page was killed in this way, because they couldn't be reincarnated, because their soul was consumed and everything. So it was bad news for everyone involved. But
then that knowledge is definitely going to change what my next move is.
Yeah.
Then I won't do a reading.
Yeah. So I was gonna say the folks who are magisters might have some information about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Yuki and Renji and do a meaningful pull aside.
Okay. All right, I'll put you guys over here.
I'll probably nod to Aldrich too. Get him in.
All right.
Okay, then I'm going.
Okay, so do you guys maybe just like do you pull aside from all the other folks that are here at where the corpse is, but are you like staying nearby for now, or are you gonna go?
Yeah, not like too far away.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yeah, we see the group of you sort of step away. All right. Well, somebody, let's see. You're going back to the blacksmith to get your stuff to help pack up. You're going to Zinway, and then the two of you are going to go there. Okay, so somebody roll me a D3. We go 1 Echo, 2 Oats, 3 Medane, and Aldrich.
It's 3, boss.
Oh.
Okay, so we stay with Medane and Aldrich for now. So yeah, you pull the two former magisters aside. What do you say to them to get them to come with you?
I will lean in and go, a professional matter. And I'll like really emphasize professional.
Yeah.
Has come up. Speak with me, won't you?
Yeah, they exchange a look and nod and follow the two of you over. And they wait until you're like out of earshot, and Renji says, "This about our friend, dead priest."
Indeed. I think that you two might have some knowledge that would aid our search here.
Yeah, he looks at Yuki and he says, "What kind of knowledge?"
Well, if memory serves, your lot met these types of creatures out in the Riverlands.
Yeah. He says, we were just discussing that. Yuki butts in and she says, this wasn't a clean kill. It's a message. Renji kind of like waves a hand and says, we didn't encounter them directly, not us. Other magisters did. And from what I understand, it didn't go so well. They got some people out. But she's right. Could be a message. There was a cults behind their incursion back in Watan Tam. Rogue magisters infected many people in the region.
That cults, did they have a symbol or some such?
Yeah, they shake their head no. And Renji says, no, they weren't that organized. They just, he pulls out his badge, and he says, they just use this. That's why we have no honor now. He says, if I remember right, didn't they... One of them said something when they came into camp before everything went to shit, didn't they, Yuki? There's some kind of, like a bulb or something that they think started them.
Oh, I would immediately... Yeah. I will produce the box and open it, showing them.
Yeah, he looks down into the box, which still has the money in it. By the way, the money in the box was 140 gold worth of coin and gems. If you guys need to divide that up, and there was a
40. I'll note this here, and then we.
Yeah.
All right.
And there was a vial in there.
Yeah, I remember that.
So yeah, he takes a look at it and he says, matches what they described, but he says, we really need to inspect the body closer, just to be sure it's the same thing. And
brothers, I don't think anybody here will stop you.
No. In fact, I would actively like to help.
Yeah, he nods, and they, the two of them start to walk back over towards the body. They lean down and get pretty close to him, like as if they're inspecting a crime scene, you know.
Right. Could I offer guidance, the cantrip?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so yeah.
Here, let me see which one of them makes the roll.
And I'll be offering the help action.
Okay, so they'll get advantage and an extra guidance is a D4, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right. Ooh, it was a crit. So it was a crit fail almost. It's a good thing you got the help action. So 18
Yep.
plus D4. Oh, you rolled a D3. Is it a D4?
No, that's the D3 for the scene.
Oh, okay.
Let me do this.
Yeah.
Roll
Gotcha.
D4 and
I'll take the 2. Take the 2.
Thank you.
So he's like looking at the body. Renji like kneels down. He kind of like sucks air through his teeth, and he's looking at the body. And he reaches out and like puts a hand on the guy's shoulder and like rolls him over onto his back, like laying down. And the body like twitches, like spasms, when it's laid out on his back. And he suddenly backs up. Renji like suddenly backs up and gets away from it. Everybody kind of takes a step or two back. The body convulses for like a second. And then it stops moving. And then, like I said before, his mouth and his face is kind of frozen in this scream of fear and terror. You see something in his mouth, something moving.
moving. So I don't think I would take any chances, and I would sacred flame it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you sacred flame, all right. I think he automatically fails the dex save. So yeah, you sacred flame, roll damage. It's 4 radiant damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
the thing has weakness to that too, right?
The creatures do, yeah. This isn't one of the creatures.
Oh, right.
I'll tell you that. So my question is, are you? I mean, you're basically shooting a sacred flame in this guy's face. So let me check something really quick. I want to see what his HP was.
I mean, I know the guy is dead, right?
Yeah, he's dead. I just want to check. I want to see how much damage 4 radiant damage would actually do if he was still alive. Where are you at? The bone collector. Man, there he is. Okay. There he is. Okay. So yeah, the radiant energy like washes over this guy's head and face and upper torso, and it burns away part of his skin. And for a moment, whatever is moving in his mouth stops. And then continues. And it looks like, have you ever seen like a lily pad bloom, like a lily pad bulb, like a lotus flower? It looks like that, like the bulb in his mouth, of like a lily pad thing. And it doesn't like emerge from the bulb itself doesn't emerge from his mouth. It just gets to like the edge of his mouth and it stops moving, and then it blooms. And so what you see is like you hit him with this blast of radiant energy, which burns part of his skin and the bulb. And then as the flash goes away, you see like this plant bulb kind of sitting at the exit to his mouth. It's almost like blocking, like if he was alive, it would be almost like blocking the passage of air into his mouth. And it blooms into this beautiful, like black flower, with these beautiful dark petals that seem to like absorb the light around them. And as the flower fully blooms, like there's a moment where it's like, oh wow, that's actually kind of creepy or kind of beautiful in a macabre kind of way. The flower then turns to black ash immediately and like flakes away in the wind.
Can I check to see if I know anything about that?
Make a religion check.
All right.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Either I do a completely
I'd like
a completely awkward roll or a critical. Yeah.
Not to rain on anyone's parade, but isn't he looking for things that he actually shouldn't know about?
What do you mean?
Time skip?
Oh no. There's this has nothing to do with a time skip.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I was like,
also,
I think I know
feel
what's
free
going
to
on.
do that, right? If I don't know, I don't know.
No, you know this. You crit.
Right.
You crit on this. So okay. So there's some very deep religious symbolism here that's going on. You're a priest who's strongly connected to the emperor. Like maybe you've never seen this before. Maybe you thought that this was like a mythical kind of thing, but essentially what you're seeing is the lotus flower itself represents like rebirth and reincarnation and all these kinds of things. the color of it might be specific. So like the flower, the bulb itself could represent this guy's soul. The fact that it disintegrates to ash is probably the because its soul's been consumed by some evil force that's like removed it from the wheel. And the color of the flower is significant as to who this guy was. The sort of like symbolism. Maybe it's black because he followed death, or he was tied to death in some way. But also like not just anybody has this flower bloom when they die. Typically it would be important. It would be reserved for important people. Nobles, people who are specifically really strongly connected to an arcana, or something along those lines. And usually like something like it wouldn't be a visible phenomenon, except in like really rare cases. So you're probably aware of all this. Like you just saw proof that this guy's like physical proof that this guy's soul has been consumed and is not returning to the wheel. But also like proof that the arcana are real. Like this is sort of like a divine event. Like you're seeing a person's, even if it was just for an instant, a person's actual soul laid bare with your eyes, and sort of like what happened to it. And it's not like a hallucination. It's not like energy. Like it's a physical flower that came out of this guy's mouth and then turned to ash. So it's probably quite a moving experience to see that. I'll let you decide how that impacts you. Renji and Yuki both kind of exchange satisfied looks, and they say, yeah, like Renji's like, yeah, okay, it's the same thing. That's the proof I was looking for. The same thing happened to the page back in Watentam, from what I heard. Only golden lotus for that one. These creatures, like I said, they target, well, like I had heard it anyway, they target good people, powerful people, those connected with heaven, those who are faithful, and consume that goodness, that light, that mark on their soul, along with everything else, I guess. Hadn't seen that for myself, but yeah, I had heard that that's what happened. That's what started everything back in Watentam. So it's possible the rogue magister is doing this, or someone else knows how to do it, or if what we saw yesterday was the fall of the Arcana, maybe these things are set free now. I don't know. I don't usually believe in ghosts myself, but I know when something is done in such a way as to instill fear in the people that witness it. I mean, why didn't they just hide his body?
Maybe. Right. These creatures are no ghosts. They are heresy. They are darkness incarnate. Also, by the Emperor, this man was a saint, and that is proof that his soul was consumed, taken away from the will.
Yeah, if there was any question about like whether this guy was like a good guy, you know, like if he was good or bad, like this whole lotus flower thing would definitely be an indication that this guy was devout at the very least. Like the Arcana smiled upon him Um,
You know of any other magisters or ex-magisters in the caravan? Saying this to Yuki and Renji.
They exchange a look and they Renji turns and he says, most were killed. We had made camp at a ruin outside the town. The camp was wiped out in some kind of attack from the flesh. Last I'd heard, a few of the magisters that had recently grouped up with us, the ones who had encountered the creatures in the town, had escaped with some refugees. They had nowhere to go. The town had fallen. They were taking them to 5 Rings. I think Black River's got them out. They sent the refugees ahead, told them to take the road while they doubled back to our camp. And everything went to shit. The place was caving in on itself, and I think Black River's got them out. But I don't know if he made it or not. Yuki and I, we camped in the surrounding jungle for days looking for any survivors that might have made it out of the ruin, but we didn't find any. And, well, the flesh corruption in the area was just getting worse. We couldn't stay longer. As far as I know, they're all dead.
Well, then perhaps someone has figured out how to do this, or they are running loose. But I don't like all of this talk that the Arcana has fallen. Look up. Do you not see the star's brilliance? Hope yet remains.
And what about
brother and sister? Do you not feel the presence of the Emperor?
Renji kind of sort of sighs, and Yuki kind of gets like a sort of solemn expression on her face also. Renji says, look, I'm no priest. Before I was sent into the Magisters, I followed justice. But after seeing what some of our own did to that town, it's hard to have faith in something that would allow that to happen in its name. So, yeah, my faith in the Arcana, law, whatever you want to call it, that's gone. Now I just have my own conviction and keeping a balance to what remains.
Sounds then that whether you keep the Arcana or not, Temperance at least watches over you.
He shrugs and he says, maybe the Arcana do still keep some kind of balance. I don't know. But I know one thing that does watch over me. He gestures to the gun on his hip.
Watches over. Watches over. Ah, you said that it happened around 5 rings. Perhaps our friend Oats might be able to account for strange characters who joined the caravan around then. Well, in fact, I joined the caravan around then.
I think Renji says they'd have to be well disguised for us not to recognize them.
Anybody in the caravan with a visible connection to death or darkness?
I mean, a couple people come to mind. Yeah, sure. Dravik had a visible connection to death.
I'm asking them, but...
Oh, okay. You're asking Renji and Yuki?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think he says, well, our dead guy here, that...
Well, he sure didn't do it, right?
Yeah, he says that the man who spoke in riddles, didn't show his face, had no shadow. He looks
no
towards...
shadow, you said.
He looks towards Yuki and he says, he made her skin crawl. We haven't seen him since yesterday. Maybe he's behind this.
Last I spoke with him, he foresaw many of the things that came to pass. But again, I haven't seen him since yesterday either.
Would you think he had a hand in those prophecies?
He seemed like a genuine fortune teller to me, but I only got my cards yesterday, so... And he didn't use cards, he just spoke.
Yeah, he shrugs and he says that merchant, the quiet one with the 2 bodyguards, who knows what he's taking. But what did they call them? Gian and Leon. They're quiet. They're hiding something. Let me see here. Yeah, he says, Vela keeps to the shadow herself, but I don't see her harming anyone. Xanathus. Strange character. Tiefling. Suppose it's possible he's cohorting with abominations, but no evidence to suggest he would. Praise to something. Won't tell us what. There are others. The fortune teller woman, dressed in, always in dark, quite pale. Her and her son keep to themselves. There's an Oathbreaker. Seems he's already at odds with the Arcana before whatever happened. There's what was there was some it's probably not important. Can't remember her name. Yuki? What's that was it Nisa? There's some girl traveling with the caravan. She's kind of mysterious. I can't remember much of importance about her. Worth the conversation, I guess. And that person's probably okay. That stage performer, the one that always wears the mask, always has meals to himself. He's keeping some kind of secret. Let's see. Yeah. He kind of looks over at the group of guards that you guys brought, that Oats had brought, and he gestures to the guy with the eye patch. He says, "That one's known as the Rat. He's shifty. I don't trust him. Probably wise to do the same." That's really the only ones I can think of that give me any hangups. Yuki, I assume you feel the same way. She just nods.
No, that does narrow down our list a bit. Let's say we take this information to Oats and to Asher. See what they can make of it.
I agree.
It's possible that, like you said, you found this seed or whatever in that box, right?
It was under the inn.
Under it.
Was it? I am remembering that correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
he just thinks that that's odd.
Was under some not so loose planks on the floor of the inn. Doesn't seem to be something unhushed or in a, you know. It seemed to be done a while ago.
So the people running the inn left it there? Whoever.
The inn was.
Maybe the attackers, but either or.
Why would the attackers put it there?
You didn't see inside the inn, did you? It was a bit of a religious horror show.
Right. But, I mean, the place was looted, right? I'd heard that everything in town was looted.
It would seem that way.
Yes, but they also desecrate the bodies. Maybe this was an offering. Do you have any knowledge of the symbol? And I take the piece of paper.
He looks at the symbol and he shows it to Yuki. I'll give them both a roll. Let's see how they do. Probably be history or religion. Okay, I'll give him intelligence. Let's see what Yuki has. He rolled shit. Yuki.
Favors Yuki.
Is religion a wisdom?
It's intelligence based.
Yeah, intelligence.
Crap. Well, we're fucked then. Here's Yuki's 4. They both got a 4.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yep. Yeah, he says. Yeah, they both like look at each other and shrug, and he's like, "Sorry, they must be pretty secret if the magistrate didn't train us on them." He says, so the symbol was on the paper in the box and also carved into the wall in the end, a door frame or something.
Was it the countertop or the...
Do what?
Wasn't it? It was in the table or counter or bar or something like that.
Yeah, I think I described it as being in a door frame over where they had posed the bodies. And
oh, sure, okay.
And he says, "What if they left it as like a trap or something?" But I mean, they left money and stuff in there too. Is that right? Just seems odd. So they wiped out the village and then left this there. Why would you do that?
And it wasn't easy to find also, so how would that be a trap? I mean, you would be putting that in a place easier to find, right?
Well, unless you didn't need to open it to trigger it.
The seed inside, the magic, had been activated prior to our handling it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's the same thing, and it seems like it is, these things almost wiped out Wat and Tam entirely. Maybe that's the point. Maybe they wiped out this village and they left this here to take care of anything else that was to come by. Maybe they just, I don't know. Maybe they just don't want anyone alive here. Or
right.
They're recovering their tracks. But then why the big display of the, what'd you call it? Sacrilegious art or something?
A religious horror show were my words.
Right. I mean, unless it was just for them. Like, they just did it for fun. I don't know. But if we track him down, I'll have to introduce him to my little friend. They don't seem like nice people. Like, rests his palm on the handle of his gun.
The people themselves might not be here, but their handiwork seems to yet linger. You might need that thing soon.
Yeah, he nods.
I think, should we try and smoke the things out? Do you think they are in the caravan or in the city? Maybe if they are in the city, we should just burn this place down. There's nothing good to come to the city anymore.
Folks who encountered them back in Watin Tam said that they were trying to stop the town from falling. So they grouped everyone together in the center of town. There was some kind of like hollow ground there that the shadows couldn't penetrate. They said that the things mostly attacked them at night, and that they were like multiplying on the people they killed.
If so, do you know of any way that we could detect that place, the hallowed ground?
Sorry, what was the question? The detect a place that's hollow ground?
Detect the hallowed ground, yes.
Yeah, he looks around.
Would I try to do that with detect magic?
Yeah, maybe detect magic, maybe a combination. You'd have to be close enough to it with detect magic to detect it, maybe.
Sure. But I have some time with that, and I could just take a look around.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have some time. Link the spell. Let's take a look at it.
For sure. Let me just spend it over here. So.
Up to 10 minutes concentration for the duration. You sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. Okay, so it'd have to be pretty close. And you could only maintain it for up to 10 minutes. It'd probably take you more than 10 minutes to walk around the whole village. So it's something you could potentially do. It would probably just take you some time. It's a level 1 spell. How many casts of it?
I think it's also a ritual. Just let me double check it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's a ritual, then.
Detect magic. 5e. If it's going to go through. Ritual, yes.
All right. And that means, yeah, it's considered.
It's going to take a while doing that, right?
You can cast it without the spell slot if you takes the extra time to perform the ritual casting process. So what is it, like an hour? Something like that?
No, I take 10 minutes plus the action to, just like Medina.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
So 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off doing that.
Yeah, you could just like walk around town for about an hour or so, give or take, and be using it over and over again until you've basically like scanned the whole town or the whole like village. I mean, might take you an hour, might take you a little bit more, but it would, it would take some time to do, but it's feasible. What you got?
If he and I both did it, would that reduce time?
That would cut down the time.
I also can.
It'd be twice as fast. Yeah, you'd have to split up.
But how about we do that and we give a chance to our friends to roleplay a bit?
Yeah. So you guys are gonna go do that.
I don't want to hold the spotlight that hard.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So how about this? One of you goes with Renji, one of you goes with Yuki. That way, that way you have some backup.
I mean, if you're okay with that,
you'll take Yuki. All right, let me switch them.
All right.
And so so you guys come up with this plan to basically go search the town to try to find something that can be considered like hollowed ground. And yeah, you go do that. Okay. So we see you like set this plan in place and walk off, and then we're gonna cut. Somebody roll me a D2. 1 Asher, 2 Oats. Are you with us, Brandon? He's probably got his headphones on.
It's a 1.
We're going to
My
Asher.
specialty.
My specialty, he says. Are you with us, Brandon? He's probably got his headphones on wherever he stepped off to, surely. Did you fall asleep, Brandon? B. Rand? A wizard once? Okay. We'll
Maybe go to Oats? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll not go to him for now. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't fall in this toilet. All right. So we cut to you, Oats. Now you were going to pick up your armor, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you return to the blacksmith, where your armor has been recently patched, and you were going to help her pack up her things, I think you said.
Yeah.
How does that go? What do you do as you approach while they were doing all this other stuff?
I would wave her down for one if she's working, given I know how loud that could be.
Yeah. You get her attention. She's probably making a short sword for one of the guards or something. And she stops hammering on it or whatever, and sets the hammer down and says, "Oh, hey, welcome back. What's going on?"
Jin Hai wants us to move out again.
Really? Why?
Yes, would be deception roll.
Unless you want to be honest, I think so.
Yeah. I would make a face like I am actually deciding real time whether to lie or not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. Not gonna fully lie, but yeah, no.
Oh, geez. Okay, so what do you say that is a bad lie? I'll give her an insight check just in case, but she does have a +3. Okay, so yeah,
there are snakes that we need to move because of.
Yeah, she squints at you. By the way, I think your camera is frozen. But it's fine. She like she squints at you and she's like, snakes, huh?
No.
Right. So what's this really about? You want to tell
Echo
me?
called them vampires. I think they're soul-sucking ghosts.
Okay. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Well, all things considered.
Wait, so we've been attacked by soul-sucking ghosts?
I nod. Dravik is dead.
Oh. Dravik was the guy, the creepy guy with the bones, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever it was, it snatched him in the night. They like to pick people off, and they spawn by killing folk. So we're gonna round everyone up.
Right.
and go through, because they apparently like to hide in dark corners and bags, glancing at her boxes.
Right. Okay. So horrible monsters are killing people. That's just great. That's all we need right now. All right.
Killing person. We only got one person dead, and we're gonna stop it there.
You're sure about that? What if they just follow us?
I voiced that concern, but it did not seem to register. So we're going to make sure everyone is safe. But I should probably keep my words to myself when telling folk this, or not tell folk this, let other people. Since that was probably the first time I've tried to lie to any of you, and it failed miserably.
Yeah, you're a horrible liar.
And I don't think many people will take what I just told you as well as you did.
Well, right. Okay. What if it's somebody in the caravan? I mean, there's some not so savory types. I mean,
I was thinking about that as walking over. They mentioned you have to be pretty magical to do it, and we have some folk like that.
okay.
Who do you think is evil enough to summon something like this?
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, Dravik always kind of gave me the creeps, but so is the guy who was always dressed in all black and covered his face. I mean, there's him. There's the creepy lady with the kid. Always keeps to herself. I mean, what are you talking about? Everyone in this caravan is kind of suspicious, and besides,
I don't know if anyone here is evil, if they're all just weird. It's kind of a problem with this.
well, the really treacherous people are always good at hiding it, aren't they? I mean, it's possible it could be somebody we wouldn't even suspect.
But what's his name? He's kind of creepy. He sticks to himself. Oh my god, he doesn't have a shadow either. Or at least it doesn't look like he has one. Tarvin.
You're talking about
Tarvin the Unwanted.
Yeah, the unwanted guy. Oh, we lost Brandon.
Is that
Let me DM him.
as a player, I was thinking about that as soon as you said no shadow. I was like, there was another person who didn't have a shadow.
Yeah. Tenzin was his name. Tenzin the Unwanted.
He fits all of the criteria. He's somewhat creepy, keeps to himself, no shadow.
Yeah, she nods.
I have a hard time remembering him, and it seems like a lot of people do.
Yeah. I mean, it could be anybody, couldn't it?
And well, not anybody. I can't do magic.
Right.
And I don't think you can either. No offense. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, she let me see if she I don't think she can either. Let me make sure. Yeah. She shakes her head. No, I
So that's a good way we can whittle it down. Whoever did this needs to know how to do magic.
Okay. Okay.
Which whittles it down a little bit, but still not much.
Okay. Right. So we gotta, you gotta, what do we need to do? We need to pack everything up and just get out of here, or what?
We're going to pack everything up and then circle the wagons. We're going to check everyone's stuff when we're all together and then get out of here. Seems to be the plan. So I'm going to help you pack up in case, you know, something's already hiding.
All right. I mean, a lot of my stuff is still in the wagon, so.
I mean, if you want to take that chance, that's up to you.
Hey, Oats, I want you to add something because you got your armor repaired by her.
Mm-hmm.
Make a note of this wherever is most fitting for you. It's called the anvil. The anvil never breaks. When Grinda repairs a weapon or armor, it gains a minor durability bonus, reducing the first critical hit damage the wearer takes by half. So, the next time you get a hit with a critical hit, it's expended after that. But you'll take half damage from that crit. Just before I forget.
All right.
But she says, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess you can go search my things, but you're going to have trouble convincing some of these people. I mean, Zinwei in particular comes to mind. I'm pretty sure his guards will slit the throat of anyone who comes too close.
I think Echo is handling that. So that might turn into a brawl.
Right.
But
well, he can handle his own, right? He seems pretty tough. She says unassuredly.
Streetwise, I think is a good.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Okay. Well, all right. Feel free to go through my things. But if it is, I don't know, hiding in them, like you said, are you sure you'll be able to handle it yourself?
Arcana, no, but it will give you a chance to run.
Right. Okay.
And hopefully I can do the same.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will keep this hammer close by while we're doing this. All right. Well, I guess let's start with the stuff on the wagon. Make an investigation or perception check.
Which one is higher? Is 0 or 1? Cool. I see nothing.
Oh boy. Let me just in case, I'm gonna roll something.
What I get for being nice. But she was the only one who had stuff out, so if she's packing up alone, higher chance that they slip into her stuff.
It is. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. You don't find anything out of the ordinary. Takes you some time.
Pat my hands. All right. That was terrifying. And you have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, she nods and she's like, well, gotta have fuel for the forge and bellows and calipers and all that kind of stuff, right? Plenty of metal to work with and shape. I mean, a lot of it just gets wasted or burnt off. But
at the very least, there's not a soul-sucking demon in there. That's great.
Well, that's good, right? I mean, I don't want to deal with that for sure. And hopefully whatever it is turns up and you all manage to take care of it.
Make sure to stay in the light. That's what they recommended, and just head on to the center of town, and I'll send and people will start joining you. Well, the people who aren't there already.
Yeah, she nods. Right. I'll get I guess we'll just group everyone up in town. I have some lanterns and maybe well, we'll figure it out once we get everybody together, I guess. All right. Well, thanks, Oats. I hope everything else goes as smoothly as possible, and if I can help, just let me know, I guess. Will you?
I nod.
So where do you leave to go? Like, are you just moving to help do the same thing with more people?
I would first gather the weaker people, like children, elderly,
Okay.
whatnot.
All right.
People I feel like would be easy targets if they get caught alone.
Sure. So like, what about Nurnham? He was pretty weakened by being out in the desert, and he is an old man. The kids, the orphans, I would assume.
Yeah, I would get the orphans first, because then Varro, the boy, can help me carry Nurnham.
Okay.
If he's not, I doubt he's ready to walk around.
Let me check something here. Ooh. Okay. Second. I'm looking to see if he has anything he would say to you specifically. Have you talked to Nurnham yet? Did you talk to him last time?
No, I picked him up, but he more spoke to Echo and Aldridge.
All right.
Because I didn't see him until they were crowded around him. Which seems to be a a growing trend.
Okay, so yeah, when you regroup with Nurnum, he's he's probably just like laying down somewhere, still kind of shaken and weak and recovering a bit. He's still pretty dehydrated, although he's starting to bounce back. He's at least able to stay conscious today. But there's something off about the man. He doesn't seem to be all there. He seems kind of confused or speaking nonsense. Roll me a D18.
Okay.
Oh, that's my roll. I was like, that's
Ours
not
on the
right.
wrong side. There we go.
5. He says to you, Oats, he says, you guard them well, but have you considered what you're guarding them from? And then before you get a chance to answer, he says, one day soon, you'll face something you can't hold back. What'll you do then?
Die on my feet, sir.
He kind of nods and he says, good. There's honor in that. It's good a day to die as any, I reckon. Make an insight check.
Why does everyone keep telling me ominous things?
He's laughing at something he said. Like it's a joke he didn't get until after he said it. Specifically when he says the word reckon.
Reckon it's a good day to die as any other. A reckoning's coming. I help him up.
Yeah, he nods, yeah. He goes, it's already here, boy. Or did you miss it?
I'm going to guess it has something to do with Draken.
You're talking about Dakin?
Draken. Dang it.
About Mendane?
No. The guy who died.
Oh,
I'm bad with
Dravik.
names. Sorry. Could be about Dakin. I don't know.
I did it.
Yeah. Nerdum actually has fourth wall knowledge. He knows that this is all just a D&D game. So you say, I assume it has something to do with Dravik. He says a shadow, but not his own. I hope he was not a sentimental man. It's not a kindness when you're forgotten.
This is all very ominous, and I feel I am not the one to be telling this to.
he suddenly like shakes his head side to side, and then he raises a hand to like to his temple, almost like nursing it. And he says, something's not right. I don't know what I'm saying. I can't think.
You need to rest or water.
No, I need to move. I need to kill something. Put more suffering back into the world. Raise something from the ashes, I think.
Well, you're in luck. There's something in town that needs killing. Some things.
Yeah, he stands up, and he says, good, let's destroy it then, and hopefully not bring the same fate upon everyone else here.
I nod. I am under the impression this dude was important, but I was never specifically told who he was.
So, yeah, he's a bodhisattva for the tower.
No, I mean like in character. I was never told who he was.
Okay,
People knew who he was. No one informed me.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Make a perception check. He's wearing, like, his robes are very clearly, like, have the symbol for the tower on them.
So this is either going to be very good or very bad.
Almost certainly very bad. Like, the tower is kind of considered bad luck.
Yes, but for who? For us or for the creatures? Is
yes.
More what I was alluding to.
Yes, indeed.
I give him my spear, since he does not seem to have a weapon of his own, and it can work as a staff to walk.
Yeah, he pushes it aside and he says, "Don't need it. It would do me no good anyway."
All right. Lead the way, I guess.
All right. So you checked in on him. What are you having him do? Just go to regroup with everybody in the center of town, or like what?
If he was going hunting, I was gonna follow him. I would recommend going to the center of town, but I do not feel like I can tell this man what to do.
Yeah. I mean, he'll just start wandering around aimlessly unless you like direct him where to go. He's not exactly all there mentally right now.
Okay. So yes, I would tell him to go to the center of town.
Okay. Yeah, he does. He's walking a bit slow, but he's definitely carrying himself better than he was yesterday. When he was conscious. Yeah, he regroups with everyone in the center of town. The other thing you pick up with that perception check is like where you can see skin exposed, like maybe his upper chest through the robes. There's like ritualistic scarring going on there. On his wrists too, if they're exposed at all.
Like flagellation or like carved.
It probably looks like self-flagellation, yeah. Probably
Okay.
would appear that way. All right. I'm gonna give Brandon a Discord call in case he fell asleep or something.
All right.
And maybe I can wake him up. Just give me 1 second. You guys on stream are probably gonna hear this, so just bear with. All right. Well, I guess he's not with us today. All right. Well, he got moved down to the AFK channel, so he's clearly AFK. He did not answer. I think he fell. I don't know. He must have fallen asleep or something. It's very unlike Brandon, so I'm kind of concerned. I moved him back in here.
No,
just in
he's there. Oh,
no,
you
that's-
moved him.
I moved him back in just in case he comes back.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I am somewhat worried. But it's okay. So we would cut to Asher here. This would be the perfect time to do so. We've got. Let me do this. You're hanging out with these guys. You were gonna gather the kids too. So let me go ahead and organize that. We might just have to leave off here.
That might be a good time for the oh, what was her name? The woman with the child to tell me what her to tell us what the reading she did was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you go meet
Veska.
with her. 1 second. I just want to get. I made new tokens for the kids so they'd have individual tokens instead of just share one token, if that makes sense. So there's that. Let me take this lady, move her up. And the lady with the kid. Wasn't her token out around here? It is. This lady here. So, yeah, okay. This is the lady you're talking about, right?
Yep. Because Medane asked her to do a reading, and then that's where we left off, was her doing it.
Yeah.
Last time.
So you're wanting to follow up with her on that
Yeah.
and see what the reading was?
Since it seems we got time to.
Yeah. So yeah, you catch up with Veska, and she's probably just sitting with her kid while he's drawing something on a sheet of paper to pass the time. Like he's clearly like bored, and she was probably still unpacking some things when you approach. And yeah, she looks up at you and she says, what is it?
We're packing up to leave. And I believe you had a reading for my compatriot, Medane.
She nods, and she tells you that oh, whoa, that was crazy. She tells you, yeah, she's like, I did a reading. It wasn't favorable. Is everyone okay?
I glance at her child and shake my head no. Like I don't want to talk out loud to scare him.
She nods. She reaches in her pocket and pulls out her deck of cards and flips through them until she finds the one she's looking for, and then she shows you. And of course, it's the same card that we saw her get in her reading off screen last time, which is Death Reversed. Now, because this is a new death card, it's it's not the same as the previous Arcana Death. It's got a lot of the same stuff, but it's tweaked slightly. Where this Golden Lotus Death card is focused more on like rebirth and reincarnation aspects of death, and less on the negative aspects. However, with it being reversed, it literally means the opposite. So it's the lack of reincarnation, the lack of rebirth. It could also signify resisting change, I suppose. A refusal or a worry about letting go of the past. And that limiting or impacting the future can represent like being a feeling of being stuck in limbo, for example. Being afraid to move forward. That sort of thing.
I will write this down, not the whole thing, but the cards down, given I know she does not like to talk to Medane.
Yeah, there's a moment where like you look at the card and you see it, and then when you look away, out of the corner of your eye, it looks like the card just turns black, like solid black. But when you look back at it, because you're like, oh, that's weird, it looks normal.
I make a note of that. So many ominous things being told to me today.
She says, right, so we're packing up then?
Yes.
Very well.
To avoid the danger. If I'll be right outside if you need me.
Okay, so you're not going through her things.
Well, I feel like this lady is more of the type that would tell me straight no. I will.
She's been
I'll
specifically listed by 2 or 3 people as being suspicious.
That's true. I will try to help her pack. Just not asking, just gently starting to help.
Yeah, so you start like picking up some things to move to her wagon, and she says, no, it's okay. Kieran and I have it.
What's happening might be in things. If you do not mind, I would appreciate helping you to make sure you are safe.
Make a persuasion check.
I can't perceive nothing but...
Persuasion is different than perception.
I know. That's why I'm happy that one's
good.
rolling well.
That's a good roll. Yeah. Let's see. All right. She kind of looks you up and down for a minute. She goes, she glances at the kid, and she nods, and she goes, very well. And yeah, you search their things while you get them packed. Make a perception or investigation check.
Double digits, I'll take it.
It's better than a 4. Let's see here.
It's gonna be specifically the people I help that are gonna be the ones that are.
Well, you're better than me at least. I have a +5, I guess, and I'm rolling under 11.
Oof.
So meets it, beats it. Is it the perception that beats this?
Yep.
It is? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So here's what happens.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. And this is probably the note we're gonna leave on. We see you like you're helping them pack up their things. You've got like the last couple things that have been put on her like wagon outside. You go back into the house. There's only like one or two things left, and you're just like doing the final pass, right? We see you walk into the building, and there's like a light. The light from outside, from the sunlight through the window, is shining in, and we see your like shadow up against the wall behind you. As you move across the room, your shadow suddenly stops moving. And then there's like a knock at the door. Like you hear like a sound.
Hmm.
What do you do?
I freeze and turn slowly because he would have no reason to knock.
Yeah. You turn slowly and you see it. Like it was right behind you. The door is closed. You're in here by yourself. Like the lady and her kid are outside putting their last couple of things in the wagon. And when you turn and look at the knocking sound, you see this thing. It is, for all intents and purposes, it is your shadow. Like the light, your shadow that was cast on the wall, it peels off the wall and starts to come towards you. And that's where we'll roll an initiative roll next time as this thing starts to attack you. Immediately, the air around you grows cold. You hear like the faint sound of whispers. You could swear it sounds a bit like Dravik. As this thing sort of like manifests in the room near you and starts to attack you. And that's where we'll pick up next time on Of Divinity and Darkness. Thank you guys for playing. Sorry the cameras are messed up after Brandon left. If they, it has to be in a certain order. You can see everybody. I think it's just a little chopped up with the frames and stuff. So sorry about that, guys. I'll figure out what happened with Brandon. Hopefully he's okay. I've played games with this guy for a long time. He's never done anything like this before. So I'll be checking in with him, making sure he's all right. But just in case, send him good vibes. I'm sure we might be debuting a new show tomorrow, so I'm sure I'll figure out whatever happened by then. I guess we can go over experience. So let's do that. Let me see here. Experience. Okay. All right. Well, there was no combat today. So we don't have to worry about that. There was a lot of good RP, though. Unfortunately, I am going to have to deduct some points because a player fell asleep in the middle of the game. I feel like you can't get max points when that happens. Unfortunately, it's nothing against Brandon or anything. It's just, so I think, but all the other RP was pretty good from everybody, I think. So I'll give you guys a 3 for RP. Lore and quest. We got a little bit of lore today about the creatures that you're up against. Yes, they are shadows. That's what they're called in the monster manual. If you don't know, please don't look them up. Yeah. Don't metagame, please. But they're not a fun thing to deal with, especially at low level. Um, so best of luck with that.
Low
You get,
level and no magic items. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
And alone.
Yeah.
and alone. Yes.
We may be seeing another shadow soon.
We'll have to find out next time on Dragon Ball Z, you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not looking very good. I have faith.
All right.
Oh, hey, Brandon's here. Brandon, is that you?
Hi. Yes, it is.
Oh, hey, man.
Are you okay?
Glad to see you alive.
I passed out there a little bit, but it's all right.
All right. All right. We're just wrapping up game. We were gonna cut to you to do your scene, but yeah.
If you want to do that, I'm here, but sorry about that.
Well, we're more than 4 hours in, so I think it's probably a good place to call it.
Okay.
And we got to end on a cool cliffhanger too, so
That's perfectly fine.
all right. I was just going over experience with everybody and that sort of thing. So, so lore quest. You guys did kind of learn a lot about the shadows. I think overall, I mean, you pretty much got all the information about them that there is. So, I'm pretty sure you experienced players knew that they were shadows probably since last week. So, I think I'm gonna give you guys 4 for that. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna give you guys 4 for that because the other option was you didn't make any progress and you're literally about to be attacked by one of them. I would call that progress, which means you triggered a certain thing to happen. Because there was a thing, if the players don't deal with them, this other thing happens, and so that didn't happen. So good job.
This worst thing happens.
Potentially worse thing. I mean, I don't know. Like, it depends. Like, you could die because of this, Oats. So
that's true. This is pretty bad for me.
That's a pretty bad thing. Yeah. Rule of cool. I don't know. There's a couple cool moments today. Like the whole checking the body scene was pretty neat. I'd say the opening scene with the flashbacks or those visions with Asher was pretty cool. I thought. I think I'll give
Aldrich's multiple crits.
Yeah, of course. Crits are always super cool. Yeah, I'll give you guys a 3 for Rule of Cool today. So that puts you guys at a total of 10% of a level, which I think is pretty good. Goals. Let's take a look at goals. I did copy and paste them into my prep this week. So let's see what actually got achieved today. We didn't get to all the stuff I wanted to get to today, by the way, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's see. We didn't visit anything in creation. Keep Kalia and Malin safe. So I'm looking at Asher's first. I mean, they are safe. They could have been put in danger today, I suppose, but they really weren't.
That wholeheartedly depends on where the other shadow is at the moment.
Yeah. I'll count it as a check off this time. For future reference, keep someone safe, protect someone. Try to be more specific as far as like protecting them from what. Just so it's easier to be like, okay, you did it. You know what I mean? But we'll count it as a win this week. So Asher, you get to accomplish that goal, and that gives you a charge of inspiration, I think, which you did use one today, if I recall.
I mean, are we not? It's the question about the inspiration thing. Are we not doing regular inspiration for it? Like we all get an inspiration. If not, that's fine. I just wanted to know about that.
There are separate individual and group goals. These are the notes I have. Goal system for extra inspiration. Separate individual and group goals. Goals can't be easy. Have to require a roll or challenge. Inspiration can be banked when group goals are accomplished. Everyone gets a use to bank. So if I'm looking at this right, it looks like everyone had individual goals. I'm not seeing any group goals, but if you guys want to come up with some group goals, you definitely can. and we can do that also. And
No,
that way,
what I meant is normally I think you had said something about like inspiration being like it's a thing everyone gets a point of inspiration to use at the session. It's a one-time use thing. That's for
Yeah.
regular these things, and this is the bankable stuff. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with using one of the ones that I have banked. Just wanted to know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. It can be your session inspiration that you use today. That's fine. And it'll just recharge for next session automatically. So you'll have you got an extra use today. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was misunderstanding. Medane. Let's see. Find the source of the previously rumbling ground. We didn't really make any headway on that today. Get to creation. Didn't really do. Find a way to earn some gold. Wasn't there something with earning gold with you today, or am I?
We we found the chest, but that was last session. So
Yeah, but you didn't get it open until this session. I suppose Asher did that, but didn't you go get him to do that or something?
uh
Or was that Aldrich that did that?
I think it was a team effort.
Yeah.
You mean you got a share of that gold, right? Like everybody, you guys split all that gold?
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
what, 35 apiece.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
35, yes.
All right, so you earned some gold today, so I'm gonna call it a win. You got that one.
Hey,
Okay.
Yeah. Oats. Ensure the safety of the caravan. Deduce a meaning from his reading. Reflect on self and goals. Okay. Well,
the only one that really could be is the top one.
Well, yeah, I was
didn't
gonna
get a
say
chance
for
to.
sure you ensured the safety of people in the caravan. I mean, you went and checked on 3 or 4 people and helped them pack up their stuff, and plus the kids. I mean, I'm presuming that you probably checked on them sometime in that time too.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'd definitely say you got the first one. Deduce a meaning from his reading. You're talking about the reading that was done for you?
Yeah, where I was told that the people around me might be lying and leading me to my doom.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, it almost kind of seems like maybe there was some of that today in a weird way. Um, uh, yeah, I would say because you mean you're face to face with your doom right now. I'd say you've deduced the meaning of that. Sure. Um, reflect on self and goals. I mean, we didn't have really any RP moments where you did that.
No, it was get up and go.
Yeah, you're pretty active the whole thing, and weren't really sitting back and thinking things out as far as like your goals and yourself and your motivations and stuff. It was pretty much like, okay, somebody's dead, we got to get on top of this.
Mhm.
But 2 out of 3 isn't bad.
Nope, not at all.
Aldrich, fix or substitute the rapier. You got it replaced.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a win, I'd say. I mean, you had to spend 25 gold to do it, so I think that counts as a win. Protect.
We never actually said it, but since you've got the other rapier back, did you return the rapier to Asher?
Of course, yes.
Okay, all right.
I mean, we didn't talk about that, but it will be.
Yeah, no, I assumed
sure
that would
do
be a thing. Assumed a thing would be happening. I was like, this is definitely a thing I should clarify to make sure.
Yeah. Just make sure you don't now have 2 rapiers in your inventory, and Asher, make sure you have your rapier back in your inventory.
Yeah.
Protect the caravan. Well, mostly what you did today was get that chest opened. I mean, a lot of the stuff you were doing was for the purpose of protecting the caravan.
Yeah, that was going to say, but yeah.
Maybe next time be a little bit more specific, like protect them from what exactly. But I'll do the same thing I did for that other one, and I think I called it a win, so I'll call this one a win too. It only seems fair. try to better understand how people view the Arcana in this era, to get some insight on how the actions of the divine have changed. Well, there was that whole scene where you were talking to Yuki and Rinji about how they've lost their faith, and sort of like sisters.
Yeah, also the priests. Yes.
Yeah, Sister Saren and Zinyu, and how they've sort of had a crisis of faith since the fall happened. They which is just kind of what I'm calling that event for ease. Um, they feel like their prayers aren't, like, they don't feel the presence of their Arcana when they're saying their prayers like they used to, and so it's like shaking their faith. I think that maybe that does give you some insight um on how, like, people's perception of the Arcana has changed. We're like, I would
They are
say,
a bunch of faithless heathens.
yeah, a bit. I mean, there's also the sense that, like, maybe in your time, I always kind of think about it like how like humans in 40k and Eldar in 40k, like, their beliefs differ. I remember seeing this in like a lore video, and somebody was saying, like, back when the Eldar were at their height of power, their gods literally walked among them.
Oh, yeah.
And for the, the humans of 40k, like, the gods of chaos are more like abstract most of the time. Like, they can take an avatar and like actually manifest and stuff, but it's like almost more like they're a force that takes over you, and
That depends
influences
on the
you.
group too, because there's the Emperor, there's the Celestine, there's a few fainting gods among the humans too, right? So
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Like, yeah, yeah, Saint Celestine, yeah. All right. Well, I'm just thinking maybe, like, more so in your time, it was very much more evident to the majority of people that the Arcana were like real and like actively participating in the structure of the world and stuff. Whereas now there's like bodhisattvas and stuff, but most people don't ever meet a bodhisattva. Like, they don't interact with everybody typically. Um, but yeah, I'll call that a success on that goal. I'll say that you did get some insight there. For sure.
right.
So I think that covers goals. Is there anything I'm missing? I'll do shout outs. And of course, if you guys got stuff you want to shout out, like channels or Discord servers or whatever, anything you guys want to shout out, you're welcome to do so. Make sure, just like, DM me a link that you want me to put in the YouTube video descriptions when I start getting to the videos on YouTube, and I'll attach that there. Do you guys have anything like that, or maybe something I forgot to mention? All right, cool. All right, very, very good. Well, so as we head off today, we'll see you guys next week with some more of Divinity and Darkness. We might be doing a special new game show for you guys tomorrow. You can check out the Discord server. It's free. It's public. There's the link for the Twitch chat if you're watching, and YouTube. It's in the description below. And I mean, if you're watching this, you probably know where to find me, but just in case, here's my link tree also in the description below. I thank you guys for playing. It's been a pleasure as always, and I look forward to next game. And everybody have a fantastic week and a good night. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right,
You
take
too.
care,
Have
guys.
a great week. Bye.
All right, you too, man. Thanks for being awesome, guys. Bye.
Thanks for DMing.
Man, thank you.